new tilted grip, a solid starter choice that improves both horizontal and vertical recoil, while also reducing camera shake. To make room for this new toy, the angled foregrip has been removed. We also decreased the base horizontal and vertical recoil on the Dragunov. There's also a new emergency support flare to call in a care package, new level 1 and level 3 jammer pack with storage space equal to their level, the ability to call in a supply drop with an enemy blue chip at a tower, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.1 is here, so get attached to the new attachments, enact some light terraforming on Erangel, and fight back the alien threat before they become our alien overlords. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
But first backup has arrived coming in with the blue zone grenade. Might be able to flush them off of position as he goes in for the flank with this AUG. And just like that, he catches one, looking for two. Runs right into the smoke. He does not get to trick them for far too long, but he will just fool send it regardless. There we go. Gets kill number 2, make it 3 as Orkless goes on a killing spree.
They find their sprint, there's gonna be none. Finds a sprint on Kamal. That's gonna be a kill point for themselves here. But it looks like Shadow Esports, they're not intending to move away from the current position. No, they want to secure the edge. It looks like they're gonna be running alongside with Team Newbie. A beautiful nade to get the 2 double knock at the same time. Whereas on the outside, looks like VG putting the numbers on Team Monk and eliminating him from the competition. Tentry moves in aggressively.
Kill onto Unforgiven as well, as RZRZ gets rid of Elgin Bots. Paul Setsuna up by himself, gets the headshot onto Jing, and then the second onto Xiaofei, and then the third as well onto Shou. Well, Setsuna goes down fighting. Even as the solo, you can still have big impact.
Feels like it's great. Realigning it. Let's see how good is the second one.
But that was
Happy Squad being pushed forward. Looks like Happy Squad, they decided to not wait for the tail, but with the mortar! The realignment was great, and now throwing an absolute wrench to Monk's plan here.
Do not more kills for Shadow, even though they're down to the 2 players. And they're pushing onto Upchen by himself. Gets one on the left side. He's going to get one on the right. He does. Monty and Elgin Bots both down. As Upchen on 30 health. Looking for the third, and he secures it onto Nan. He absolutely wipes out Happy Squad. That is a huge 3K from Upchen.
For me, it's very hard transitioning from FPP to TPP. We are still, adapting, learning the TPP. I think it's a different game now. We value team play more. I'm happy that we got Mad Dog. He gives us like a staple in the team. So in that part, he eases the gameplay.
I think playing 4 weeks of tournament relieves a lot of pressure since you can play more games. And overall, the luck factor will be lessened. So it's good for the tournament itself.
For me, I think we're very confident. I stopped playing PUBG for 3 years and then came back. We went to TPP mode. Then early this year we started grinding. We started practicing more. And then I think that built up confidence. Even though I haven't played any tournament for a long time, but I trusted these guys to pull it off, and then I also trusted myself to go back and compete. I think we're very confident for the next 3 weeks. Although, yeah, there's a patch. The gameplay will be different a little bit, but we will try to adapt. I mean, we've been playing PUBG, which is the new patch, for quite a while, so we should be confident to go through the next 3 weeks. Thank you.
We just go chill and play together. Maybe just trust our teammates.
Yeah, I think we're very comfortable. I mean, we've been playing with each other since the PUBG tournaments, and then even from the start, me and CJ have been playing from the start to compete. We're also comfortable with each other since I know these guys can compete well. I mean, they can perform in tough situations. Especially me, I want to go back to playing LAN events like PGC or any other LAN events. Last year, I think it was PNC, and I've seen CJ and Calbs. They competed for Philippines, and I just missed the LAN tournaments. I mean, the feelings of being in LAN tournaments, yeah. Thanks to our family who are supporting our friends. We are still orgless, so if anyone's looking for, we are open.
I'm thanking my friends and my family for supporting me and the team. I hope you guys still support us through the next 3 weeks.
Goodbye!
Goodbye!
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Today's matches: Erangel, Tego, Rondo, Miramar, Erangel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, it's all good for me. Oh yes, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Erangel, Tegel, Rondo, Miramar, Erangel. Coming up. Hello.
Yep. Alright.
All right.
We're back.
I am translucent from Team New Base. We are the first team Indian team to qualify for PMS finals. Hoping to put up a good show.
我是台港澳赛区的 GSW YU， 请大家多多指教。
Halo, nama saya Ezar. Di tim saya dipanggil Gops. Kami dari tim ATO.
アンラッキー所属のサニーサイドアップです。よろしくお願いします。
प्राथमिक चिकित्सक किट
这是急救包，
Darah.
応急キット。
हरा गोली
5.56毫米子弹，
Telur hijau.
5.56。
तवा
平底锅，
Panci.
フライパン。
मौली
燃烧瓶，
Oli.
火炎瓶。
ऊर्जा पेय
能量饮料，
Minuman.
エナジードリンク。
उड़न खटोला
滑翔机，
Glider.
グライダー。
BDSM
装甲车，
Tank.
投降者。
headshot
爆頭，
Pala.
ヘッドショット。
पेटी
空投，
Drop.
補給物資。
चिकन डिनर
大吉大利，今晚吃鸡。
Chicken.
とんかつ。
this विजेता सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीम
他们得冠，
Juara.
優勝。
hardcore insane if my teammate does that. Fucking mad expert.
我觉得太晒了吧。
Super banget. Kayaknya dia nggak mau ngetim sama saya.
おーってなりますね。
If any Indians are watching, thank you for supporting, and I hope we make a good performance that makes India proud. Once again, thank you.
对这季非常的努力，做很多功课，相信我们一定可以得冠。还有感谢所有粉丝的支持。
Untuk PMS tahun ini udah mantap semua. Bagian qualifier dari sampai cup itu udah bagus. Sama untuk fans jangan lupa dukung tim Indo dan tim ATO di final PMS 2026. Makasih.
今回 PMS 日本からはアンラッキー1チームしか出てないんですけど、全力で頑張って上位に食らいつきたいと思うので応援よろしくお願いします。
拜拜。
バイバイ。
A new out-of-this-world game mode, destructible terrain on Erangel, and some new gun attachments. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.1 patch report. First up, there's a new threat to Miramar, and this one commands an extraterrestrial army. In PUBG's newest game mode, Xenopoint, you and your team will fight back against the invasion, choosing from different paths, upgrading your gear, and fighting against increasing odds to challenge and defeat the Architect. It's a challenging mixture of roguelite and third-person shooter that will keep you and your team pushing the limits to see how far you can go. There's even an event pass to go with it, so you can collect cool rewards while saving the entire human race. Next, Erangel's about to go through a little forced landscaping now that we've added destructible terrain. Frag grenades, mortars, the Panzerfaust, C4 and vehicle explosions will all alter the terrain around them when they explode. You could also use the pickaxe to dig yourself some cover. We should note that the destruction does not apply to buildings, so you're safe indoors for now. Keep an eye out for destructible terrain in ranked games as well, and during custom match esports mode on Erangel, Miramar, Rondo, and Tago. Guns are getting a few more attachments this update as well. The hybrid scope will let you easily swap between 1x and 4x magnification. We've also added a new tilted grip, a solid starter choice that improves both horizontal and vertical recoil, while also reducing camera shake. To make room for this new toy, the angled foregrip has been removed. We also decreased the base horizontal and vertical recoil on the Dragunov. There's also a new emergency support flare to call in a care package. New level 1 and level 3 jammer pack with storage space equal to their level. The ability to call in a supply drop with an enemy blue chip at a tower, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.1 is here. So get attached to the new attachments. Enact some light terraforming on Erangel, and fight back the alien threat before they become our alien overlords. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
But first backup has arrived coming in with the blue zone grenade. Might be able to flush them off of position as he goes in for the flank with his AUG. And just like that, he catches one, looking for two. Runs right into the smoke. He does not get to trick them for far too long, but he will just fool it regardless. There we go. Gets kill number 2, make it 3 as Orkless goes on a killing spree.
They find their sprint, there's gonna be none. Finds a sprint on Kamal. That's gonna be a kill point for themselves here. But it looks like Shadow Esports, they're not intending to move away from the current position. No, they want to secure the edge. It looks like they're gonna be running alongside with Team Newbie. A beautiful nade to get the 2 double knock at the same time. Whereas on the outside, looks like VG putting the numbers on Team Monk and eliminating him from the competition. Tentry moves in aggressively.
Kill onto Unforgiven as well, as RZ gets rid of Elgin Bots. Poor Setsuna up by himself, gets the headshot onto Jing, and then the second onto Xiaofei, and then the third as well onto Shou. Well, Setsuna goes down fighting. Even as the solo, you can still have big impact.
Feels like it's great. Realign it. Let's see how good is the second one.
But that was
Happy
close one,
Squad
though.
being pushed forward. Looks like Happy Squad, they decided to not wait for the tail, but with the mortar! The realignment was great, and now throwing an absolute wrench to Monk's plan here.
Two not more kills for Shadow, even though they're down to the 2 players. And they're pushing onto Upchen by himself. Gets one on the left side. He can get one on the right. He does. Monty and Elgin Bots both down. As Upchen on 30 health. Looking for the third, and he secures it onto Nan. He absolutely wipes out Happy Squad. That is a huge 3K from Upchen.
For me, it's very hard transitioning from FPP to TPP. We are still, adapting, learning the TPP. I think it's a different game now. We value team play more. I'm happy that we got Mad Dog. He gives us like a staple in the team. So in that part, he eases the gameplay.
I think playing 4 weeks of tournament relieves a lot of pressure since you can play more games. And overall, the luck factor will be lessened. So it's good for the tournament itself.
For me, I think we're very confident. I stopped playing PUBG for 3 years and then came back. We went to TPP mode. Then early this year we started grinding. We started practicing more. And then I think that built up confidence. Even though I haven't played any tournament for a long time, but I trusted these guys to pull it off, and then I also trusted myself to go back and compete. I think we're very confident for the next 3 weeks. Although, yeah, there's a patch. The gameplay will be different a little bit, but we will try to adapt. I mean, we've been playing PUBG, which is the new patch, for quite a while, so we should be confident to go through the next 3 weeks. Thank you.
We just go chill and play together. Maybe just trust our teammates.
Yeah, I think we're very comfortable. I mean, we've been playing with each other since the PUBG tournaments, and then even from the start, me and CJ have been playing from the start to compete. We're also comfortable with each other since I know these guys can compete well. I mean, they can perform in tough situations. Especially me, I want to go back to playing LAN events like PGC or any other LAN events. Last year, I think it was PNC, and I've seen CJ and Calbs, they competed for
We return to the third and final night of Week 2 PUBG Master Series, where it's starting to heat up towards the top of the leaderboard. Sir Cloud, you're back for another night. Yesterday were some really, really good games that have seen two teams kind of break out towards the top.
Absolutely right. Right now, Shadow Esports and Alter Ego, both of them at the top. And we have 5 more games to go for any other team to potentially catch up to them. And as you remember, week number 1, day number 3, there was a caught up. So who knows? Maybe Alter Ego, maybe Xmen Esports, maybe NRG might catch up to them.
I mean, that's a good point that you bring up. Of course, as you're referencing to last week, there was a big turnaround with Orclus taking the top spot away from Vega, as we have, of course, the G-Coin giveaways. Make sure you get involved. Always good to see that everyone has an opportunity to get coins. You've got to make sure you follow PUBG Esports APAC, complete the tasks, and you can get your chance to win. We also have the code that will pop up at some point tonight as well.
Yeah, so, well, we won't tell you when it is, so you have to stay tuned to find out. But while you're at it, you can cheer for your favorite team on the live stream, obviously, to stand a chance to get 500 G-Coins. So we have G-Coins galore the entire night here. Well, wherever you're watching, maybe you're watching from somewhere that's during the daytime, well, the entire show, basically. So you just gotta stay tuned and also cheer for your favorite team. Keep it lively, keep it snappy inside the comment section. We love to see your comments there.
Absolutely. Always a good opportunity to get involved with the esports scene, especially here in APAC. Moving on, of course, for the last thing, which is the G-Coin event. This is the pop-up code that I kind of touched on before, but it is going to happen at some point tonight, so you do need to be watching for when it does pop up. When it does, we will, of course, notify when it is on the screen as well. Moving on for tonight's action, though, of course, we've got 5 games to go tonight, Cloud, where, as we already touched on, 2 teams sort of towards the top, and it very much is Shadow Esports with 5 games to go. They're weak to lose from here. They're the favorites with the fact that they've got a 20-something point gap above Alter Ego. It's achievable for Alter Ego, but Shadow Esports are the favorite. And then you've got a couple below them, Savageman Esports, NRG, Vega, etc. They're going to have a really good night tonight.
Oh yeah, and Shadow Esports right now, they are the only team who have crossed the 100-point mark, and with a fair margin as well, as like what you mentioned earlier on. So they're definitely the team to beat at this moment. So I don't know if there could be a potential hot drop on the Shadow Esports just to try to stop them from gaining any more points. It has not happened throughout the last 2 days, but today, well, we don't know what kind of strategy will they put on the table. And of course, just to remind all of you of our schedule, today is the 3rd day of week number 2. After that, we have 2 more weeks to go before we end the season.
Yeah, we're kind of getting towards the halfway mark. Once we conclude tonight, that'll be 2 weeks in the books, 2 weeks to go. The reminder for the format as well, every week really does matter in terms of picking up prize pool, PMS points, PGC points. You gain all of that every single week, and then it accumulates for what will be the overall leaderboard by the end of the 4 weeks. That will then determine who goes to the Esports World Cup, who picks up the large share of the money, and of course for the PGC points too. As we look at the prize pool, this is the weekly ranking. So this is what you get per week based on the weekly finishes, and it's a good way to reward those that perform week in, week out. But it also means the big chunk of PMS points, prize pool, and PGC points is still going to be based on the consistency across the 4 weeks as well.
Yes, and only the top 4 every week will receive all PMS points, prize pool, and also the PGC points. So bare minimum, you want to be at least in the top 4. But of course, ideally, you want to be winning every week, right? But if not, at least the top 4 just to get everything else. And the prize pool for the finals ranking will be as such. There's not only money on the line, there's also PGC points on the line. And there's a whole bunch of them, especially if you manage to finish up in the top of the leaderboard. But on top of that, like what you mentioned, there's also 2 slots to EWC as well.
Exactly, and that's probably what they all really want. I mean, the money's nice, and you want the PGC points too, but finishing in top 2, going to the Esports World Cup, that's the goal here for those in APAC. As we look at the participating teams, again, it's the same 16 teams across the 4 weeks, so they don't have to worry about relegations, promotions, being eliminated early. They can just kind of focus on their game, which is really good. And so far, now that we've had quite a lot of the tournament play out, you start to really see who are the heavy hitters across week 1 and now week 2. I mean, Vega and Orgla sitting in 5th and 6th right now, respectively, for week 2. Of course, the top 2 from week 1. I mean, that's still a good showing, and I think that there'll be still 2 teams to keep an eye on going into the back half of the series. We know Savage Esports had, of course, a really rough week 1. They've rebounded. They'll be in the mix. NRG, who had a really good night 1 this week, finished, dead last in week 1. So they're starting to perform, but it's Alter Ego, Shadow, Xmen, Vega, Orglas. I'd say those are the 5 teams now across the 2 weeks that have played. To me, that will be in contention by the time we get to the end of the 4 weeks as we look at the total leaderboard heading into the final night tonight. As mentioned, Shadow Esports well out in front. A nice 21-point cushion over Alter Ego. Alter Ego will be their main challengers tonight. And then for Savage Men Esports, NRG, Vega, and Orglas, they're going to have an incredible night tonight to try and take that top spot.
Yes, and here's some of the highlights here from yesterday's game. And of course, the top 2 suspects, Shadow Esports and Alter Ego Esports, they did really, really well. But we also cannot forget the fact that there are some teams starting to step up the game as well. Like Monk also got a chicken dinner for themselves inside the Miramar match. So they are showing that they are telling every other team that they are not going to go out without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, and you've also got to still factor in there's 2 more weeks after this. And so you've always got something to gain by continuing to find improvement and sort of not give in or not give up, try and find different ways to perform within the lobby, figure out what works for you that maybe hasn't been working in previous matches. But happy for Shadow Esports because, they've just made a huge, huge jump. At one point, I think it was going into Game 5 on night 1. They're on 37 points. So then from Game 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, they've gone from 37 points up to 115. So that's like 80-something points that they've been able to gain in 6 matches. That is a huge total. That's why they're out in the top spot at the moment coming into tonight. I don't see that changing now coming into these 5 games. Clearly, they've got a good form line coming into tonight. And so I imagine they should go on and get the overall win for the week, which would see them pick up the 100 PMS points. And they also had a pretty solid week 1 as well from memory. I mean, they finished 6th place, so they still walked away with 40 PMS points. So as things stand, if they can hold on to 1st place, they would go to 140, but that would still put them around the mark of Orglas and Vega because of their performances from week 1. So it means that, for Orglas and Vega, yes, week 2 hasn't been great, but they're still going to pick up some points. And so it's important that they finish strong, try and break into this top 4, just so that going into the next 2 weeks, there's still a good chance for top 2 overall.
Yeah, and we were to look at some of these stats here. For Shadow Esports, their top 4 finish is 32% as compared to Alter Ego, 40%. So Alter Ego has a slightly more high percentage when it comes to top 4 finish. But when it comes to overall points collected, Shadow Esports is ahead because of their massive kill points. And if we talk about kills, right, kill leader Alec from Oculus is still leading the charge together with your boy Lundun here from Savage Men Esports, just 1 kill behind Alec. And then we have to have 2 representatives from Shadow Esports, Setsuna and Hansi. It's just a reflection of the amount of kill points that this team is able to bring in.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of look at the teams that are involved here. Shadow Esports, Savage Men, you've got Vega, you've got Augler. So it goes without saying, these have really been the top teams across the 2 weeks. And it's no surprise when, they've got players in the top 5 for kills across the first 2 weeks. I think that they've probably shown the most promise, even if, Xmen had a really poor week 1. That's kind of what has let them down. But they've responded and rebounded in week 2, giving themselves a good platform going into the next 2 weeks as we have today's matches. As per usual, Erangel, and then following that, Tego, Rondo, Miramar to then close with Erangel as well, keeping it the same across all of the days to close out week 2, day 3.
Yep, and we'll have a short break in between Tego and Rondo, and also Miramar and Erangel. So that's something for everyone to take note of. If you want to grab your snacks, that will be the best timing. Before that, you don't want to leave your seat, because today is going to be the determination day for week number 2. So I'm expecting a lot of good action here to come from the teams, especially from Shadow Esports, who so far have collected 142 kills, and that's a lot of kills for a team that only has a 32% top 4 finish.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you've got to be able to combine both. That was kind of the question mark for Savage Men Esports, and whether they were able to, turn their fragging power and keep that, but then also get the placement points. And so rather than just focusing on one strength, try and make that 2 strengths. And they kind of started to do that this week. It took them a long time to really start to get some top 4 finishes. Funnily enough, it wasn't until game 8, so from last night, where they finished 2nd, was the only time that they actually got into the top 4 without actually going on and getting a win. And then immediately after that, in the last game, they actually picked up another win. So as it still stands for them, they've only had I think 4 or 5 top 4 finishes, and 90% of those have been actually wins. So they've just still got to probably find a little bit of that consistency for Savage Men Esports. It's the reason why they're still 40 odd points behind Shadow, is because you look at the string of games yesterday, 11th, 16th and 14th, but around that was 2nd and 1st. So it's about finding that consistency, try and bring down those 11ths and 16ths and 14ths. Can they get, at least some 7th or 8ths with their kills that they typically are able to muster up? And Alter Ego is actually a really good example of that, Cloud, where they have been ultra consistent in that. All their games yesterday, 1st, 3rd, 8th, 4th, and 3rd. So only the 1 win, and not ultra dominant when it came to the kills, but the consistency is a reason why they're in 2nd.
Yeah, and consistency is definitely key, right? And because of that, they're keeping up pace with Shadow Esports. So it's a matter of, at this point, between the two of them, who drops the ball. If Shadow Esports starts to drop the ball, then Alter Ego is definitely ready to pounce on the opportunity. So Shadow Esports has to still remain consistent throughout the 5 games today. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the first game for day number 3 of week number 2. It's going to be played in none other than Erangel.
Yeah, excited for this one for tonight as well. I mean, the beauty of the format is, the first night of a week is exciting because it's like everyone is reset and off to the races and who shoots out of the blocks. And then night 2 is the establishing the pecking order, and then night 3 is determining. So you've only got the 3 nights. It's fast action. It's 15 games. It's split up really nicely, especially for the storylines as they develop throughout the given weeks. And then you get to reset it all heading into next week. But we're certainly going to be at a point now where after 2 weeks, by the end of tonight, you're going to have a pretty clear picture as to what you will need in the last 2 weeks in terms of PMS points, about finishing towards at least the top 2 positions, if that's the goal for Esports World Cup. And so when you look at the teams that have actually been consistent over the first 2 weeks, if you are, a Monk or a team that's maybe not picked up enough points across the first 2 weeks, you probably will then have to, and they're not the only ones, there'll be plenty of teams, go into weeks 3 and 4 probably needing to win both of those weeks if you're going to have a chance, because the consistency across the first 2 weeks for the likes of Auglis and Vega and Shadow is going to set them up really nicely going into weeks 3 and 4, where they might not even need to get the full 100 points. Maybe 60 points or 80 points might be enough across the both of those 2 weeks. Erangel first up, good flight path as we get underway. All eyes on Shadow Esports to see if they can close it out. They've got pretty much their own work that they're going to focus on. They don't have to get an overwhelming amount of points, just kind of keep that scoreboard ticking over, make sure they're staying alive in games, being a nuisance to deal with, not losing players on the rotates, not being in 2 or 3 man positions early in games where they then lack the ability to have an impact game. Just got to get the points ticking over. And then on top of that, you got to hope as well that Alter Ego don't go ballistic tonight. As if Alter Ego can go and pick up 50 to 60 points tonight, that could be enough, depending on even what Shadow Esports do. Might not then be enough to stop them. And for Xmen, NRG, Vega, I'll throw Auglis in too. Those teams need to have a historic night tonight. One of those will have to probably win 2 or 3 games.
Just for kicks, I'll probably throw in Happy Squad as well. I mean, I've been talking about them like, okay, this team is an OG team. Just looking at their players, they have a lot of experience and all that. And I've always been looking forward to them making a huge comeback. Week 1 clearly wasn't their week. Week 2, it took them the second day for them to be like, okay, now we are somewhere in the middle. We're at number 7, but zooming into the points, at least a point difference for them to be in the top 3 to try to overtake Savageman Esports. It's mathematically possible, so I'll put them in the mix as well.
I mean, we always say this, like, it's a 3-day tournament. So if you start slow on day 1, well, that's a third of the tournament already gone by. You can't afford to start slow. And I'm sure across the 4 weeks, there will be one instance where a team did start slow on day 1, and then day 2, day 3 were outstanding, and they came back and won the lobby. But that's the outlier. That's not the expected. That's not the norm. And so going into week 3, teams are very much going to know we need to perform night 1. Build good form, dominate the lobby, get a lot of points on the board. That relieves a little bit of stress. You don't have to go chasing big games. Because I think what ends up happening is you come into night 3 here, and, using like a Savageman Esports, perfect example, where 40 points, 5 games, it's just within the ratio where it's doable if you have a big night. But what ends up happening is because the gap is so big, you almost feel like you have to go for it. So a lot of fights that maybe you wouldn't normally want to take, or the way that you play strategically, might be altered by the fact that you have to pick up a big chunk of points. You can't just kind of have normal games, if you will. Whereas for Shadow Esports, they can just come into tonight, play their normal game, and see how that goes. They don't have to do anything too silly, too brazen. And Alter Ego is maybe a healthy mix of that, where they can largely just focus on their game and then see how things go by matches maybe 3. Once match 3 is done, figure out where you're at. Are you within, say, 10 points going into the last 2? Play normally. Is it 20 to 30 points? We might have to play a bit more aggressively. So that does also dictate how teams are going to come into tonight versus night 1, where everything's reset and you just want to play your game.
Yeah, and that's a good point, right? Like if you're like Shadow Esports, you have a little bit of room to like kind of chill. And in fact, with the gap that they currently have against Alter Ego, even if they drop the ball for like one of the games, like they go out like a donut, they still have that room to maybe still be on top, or even if they fall to a second place, the gap wouldn't be that big. So that's the comfort that Shadow Esports has today. The other team that kind of fell from grace for me is Auglis. They did really well on week 1. Obviously, they were champions on week 1, but the past 2 days wasn't their best game. They struggled.
They had a 19-kill win last night.
Yeah, it was that one game that boosted them up again at least, but it's not the same level of performance as we saw in week 1. But like what you said before, right? They could be one of those weeks that you could just drop a little bit here and there, and that can happen to any team.
Absolutely, but I think that one thing to reiterate coming into tonight, and it was really big last week on night 3, is it's not the be end all to finish first. So Auglis sitting in 6th right now, if they were to finish there, it's 40 PMS points, but they can still easily get up into 3rd. I mean, they're only 8 points behind Savageman Esports. You get an extra 20 PMS points. That would be 60 on top of the 100 they got from last week, and would actually put them still in the overall first place going into week 3 if they can achieve that. So Auglis may not be able to win tonight. They're not going to finish first. They're not going to get the 100 points. But they are close enough to still getting at least 3rd, maybe even 2nd if they have a really good night. And this goes for all of the teams within the lobby. You have these point margin differentials for the PMS weekly rankings where we might only have to get, if we're in 14th, we get 10 points. Can we get up to 10th? or maybe even 9th, and that would be 30 points. So you've got these little jumps that you can make that might matter in the long run, especially for those teams that did well in week 1, like Vega and August. They've got a lot that they can still gain from week 2, just to keep them buffered at the top in terms of the overall PMS points going into week 3. So that's going to be something we'll keep an eye on tonight, especially I think for those 2 teams and maybe a couple of others that picked up some decent points from week 1. As a self-inflicted vehicle runover is not the way to start the night for Monk, but Nikus will get picked back up.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other team close by to try to steal away that kill point, so they should be fine. But of course, that will kind of slow down their rotation a little tad bit, but I don't think it will be a big factor towards this round since it's only phase 1 anyway. But yeah, a team like Oculus, right? So let's say if they don't make top 4 in week number 2. I mean, because they were champions last week, so they have maximum points. Week 3, week 4, it's still a big opportunity for them to kind of bounce back, to try to go for that EWC slot. So it's not the end of the world for a team like Oculus.
No, exactly. I mean, that week 1 cushion is crucial. Whereas if you look at teams that had a poor week 1 and are maybe having a poor week 2 as well, a Monk or even Happy Squad, those teams that are still around the middle, like they're only going to be 40 to 60 points after, halfway through. And as I said, at that point, let's be realistic. You might have to then pick up anywhere from 160 to 200 points across the last 2 weeks, and that's essentially factoring in at least winning one of the weeks. And then also with that, it depends on what the other teams are doing. Sly Fox on the roof. Chen, I'm not too sure if he knows the Sly Fox is on the roof. He is getting shot at by RZRZ. Zanshin currently okay, 8 spots, so middle of the leaderboard. And there's that spray down easily onto Upchen. It's just not what you need if you're Savagemen Esports to go 1 down at this point, and a player of Upchen's quality. That's devastating for the 3rd place team in their quest to try and get top spot, maybe even 2nd, but it's great for the rest of the lobby who are trying to catch up to Savagemen Esports, get that 3rd place, get those 60 PMS points. It's going to be a valuable position by the end of tonight.
Yeah, and Sly Fox just living by his name there with that rooftop shot. Taking out Upchen. And it's just unfortunate that it's Upchen though, because Savagemen Esports, we did talk about them being one of that potential teams that can come up with a surprise at the top, but that just had to happen here. Not the best of situation for them to be in the first round. In another area, looks like ARMR Esports, they pick up a kill for themselves, taking out Dip. So opening up their account in this round, also pretty good. But of course, a team like ARMR Esports currently at number 13, they need to do a lot more to at least break into the top 4.
Center circle, so not really going to see too much action. Most teams are already pretty happy with their early compound positions. Probably just see a little bit of their shooting through the windows as teams finish up their rotates. ARMR Esports in the bottom 4 at the moment, 34 points. Had a better night last night. A couple of 2nd place finishes to start yesterday, but then couldn't go on and sort of follow on with an overall good night. Unfortunately, after the 2nd place finishes 10th, 16th, and 15th. So only picked up 2 more points for the rest of the night after those first 2 games as we get the phase 2 circle pop, center up once again. Let's do it all again from phase 1 to phase 2. The teams on the outside of the circle, of course, they got a little bit of moving. Those inside don't have to change things up too much. And Oracleus has had a little crash. And he's pretty much dead, by the way, because he is over towards shooting range, glided down, he's down, no one even remotely close by to go and pick him up. So for Zen Esports, they're down to 3.
Wow, another unfortunate situation. I suppose that he was pressured while he was flying his glider somewhere, and teams shot him down.
I don't think so. There's no one up there. I don't actually know what happened.
That would be a bit unusual with the fact that he went out to the blue while he was on air.
I think it might have been that. I'm just watching it back on the map replay, and he picked up his glider over towards North Georgia Ball, and then he's just crash landed in towards shooting range. But he was in the blue the whole time. Might have been the case that he kind of just went down to the blue and wasn't really paying attention. There he's completely eliminated now. It's Monk on the rotate. They've had issues in this department so far throughout PMS. It's probably cost them quite a lot of points overall, losing players on the rotate and not being able to get to the right positions. So the macro game for Monk probably needs to improve just so they can set themselves up for the latter portions of games. So that's when their strength can really shine. I saw that yesterday, got themselves a win. So it's just a case of getting to the right spots and then playing off of that.
Oh, well. And it's unfortunate that Oraculus was the one that went out because he was one of the key players for the team. Did a lot of good work in the past 2 days at least. But yeah, they'll need to play the rest of the round without him. Now, looking at TERA is also another interesting team, if you ask me. Like, when they perform, they really, really perform. But when they don't, they struggle. So, I don't know. I think it's something they really need to work out on. Like, okay, just study on what made them successful in those good rounds and just try to focus on whatever that is.
12 and a half minutes into the game, a couple of early deaths, but not really any fights, actually. Again, everyone's pretty much keeping it rather comfortable around the Snakeway area, farm on the southeast side. Not a lot of major city compound buildings. NRG's got themselves the BRDM. They're rotating just past Mansion now. They're going to go for a north side wrap. And it's also just far too early. Phase 2 circle, you're not really going to be over-rotating unless it's absolutely necessary if you come in quite late. A much better week 2 for NRG. A good example of a team that struggled on week 1. Unfortunately, finished dead last. So they picked up 0 PMS points. If you finish in the bottom 2, you get no points. And then from there, it scales every 2 positions by 10 up to the sort of top 5, etc. So they'll pick up points this week, which is great, but their ability to finish top 2 overall by the end of the 4 weeks is going to be heavily reliant on probably winning out in weeks 3 and 4, which they showed some good quality, certainly on night 1. They were leading up until game 5, until Shadow Esports dropped 30 points in that game, and that saw them take the top spot. And if it wasn't for Shadow Esports just having such an amazing weekend themselves, obviously NRG are very much in the mix, can still finish in a strong position. But right now, getting shot by August on their rotate, N249 from Alec, trying to get some damage in. Of course, the top kill leader. Along with that, very much high up on the damage as well.
And that's a good reminder, right? Right now, the team with the highest kill points in a round that comes together with the chicken dinner is Shadow Esports with 20 kills. So that's the record to beat for the other teams now. And our Zen Esports, it's a rotation by Mark, but Mark is just going to ignore everything, going to focus into getting into the middle of the circle. Wise move, I must say. But the next thing they need to be aware of is that who else is in the middle of the circle, because by now, a lot of hotspots would have been taken by teams.
And Zen down to 3. And phase 3 over towards Snake Way, always a fun circle. Obviously, it's just going to be a couple of buildings within the vicinity around the road, plus the terrain. Certainly a lot of trees in the area. NRG lose Crazy Dog. Jexy will pick up the kill. Good start for Shadow Esport. This is not the building that you want to enter if you're NRG. Setsuna also making his way over just to help out Jexy. At the moment, hasn't really needed the help. Good Molotov from Kamals down below. Shadow Esports are just cleaning up on NRG. And this is not good news for the rest of the lobby to see the #1 leaders in Shadow Esports after a dominant night 1 and night 2 to start night 3 on the verge of a squad wipe, as God XP is just going to have to escape and the BRDM get out of here. As Unlucky also rotated by. They've heard the commotion and they've just pulled up to the hill. And God XP might just get away due to the vehicle that he's in, and that's the only reason. Hansi and Setsuna have got to be careful, though, because Unlucky position, and it's Luna that gets the knockdown onto Hansi. That's for Setsuna back. Unfortunately for Shadow Esport, they went chasing after God XP, did not realize that Unlucky had pulled up and stayed at this hill, and that's going to see Unlucky collect this kill onto Hansi.
Oh, it's a little bit too greedy for Shadow Esports, if you ask me. They didn't really need to go for that chase, but they went for it. But on the brighter side, at least that gives them the information that, okay, Unlucky is on this hill, so for the rest of them, if they want to rotate, they might want to consider going elsewhere. But we're at phase 3, so the circle is definitely small, so they might have no choice but to take that fight. But we'll see what they decide to do later on. Right now, Zanshin and Cyberman Esports, they're sharing the same area, but they are separated by this road. So I doubt that they'll need to fight unless if Circle forces them to cut across the road, and that's where they will fight. But Shadow Esports looks like they decided to take another fight elsewhere, and one of their players went down.
Circle pop for phase 4 further towards the south side. Good news for Savage Men Esports. Even though it's just the duo, it does mean there's a higher chance they can get some placement points out of this. Still no teams eliminated heading towards the 17-minute mark as Jexy and Hansi go down to Bombay. The game has flipped pretty quickly for Shadow. I'm not going to lie, it looked as if they were going to get the 3 kills, have the 4 players alive. Well, they've got the 3 kills, but they're just down to 2 players alive. And one of them right now, Setsuna at the tree, gets the knockdown with a bit of help from Gamal's onto Bombay. Halfies is also already knocked. So it'll be a couple more kills collected for Shadow Esports. 4 just like that added on. So they got 7 overall. Even though they've only got the 2 players alive, and let's be honest, unlikely to expect them to go for a late game finish, they're already capitalizing on the early fights, picking up the kills, and getting that scoreboard ticking over, which is not good for the rest of the lobby, and certainly for Alter Ego. But the good news for Alter Ego, they've still got 4 players up. They can make something of this game towards the latter stages. They've got a good position, 2-2 split inside this phase 4 circle. So while they haven't got any kills yet, and they're not active now, could still be a good game later on. As Sunny side up, knocked by Setsuna. Shadow Esports not done yet. They get another kill already. 8 kills to start for tonight. And while they will go down, and it's only Kamal's left if he can survive in the Dacia, it's still already job done here for game 1 as they just get that scoreboard looking very nice. Another knockdown from Kamal's. It's been so scrappy from Unlucky. Luna is the only one. He's in the blue. And Shadow not only have picked up the kills and still have a player alive.
And now Runa's doing pressure by the blue at the same time. No vehicle, but Kamal's got him from afar with his AUG. Wow. Beautifully executed, and now Shadow Esports, they're at 10 kills. Wow. Are you kidding me? And the fact that they only have 1 more player, I guess they will start to play for placement points, but whatever it is, it's already 10 kills.
Yeah, I mean, Kamal's, you don't really need to get anything from this game. If anything extra goes on to that 125 for Shadow Esports, it's already amazing. I mean, 30-point gap to Alter Ego, and that puts the onus on Alter Ego. They've got to have a good game here. You can see them on the minimap as well, where their 2-2 split is positioned. So they've got a lot of players around them, but they are controlling some decent space. They've got a small little compound that they can play out of. There goes Kamal's, finished off by Nan. So 125 to mark there for Shadow Esports. That's fine. Good game from them, 10 points. Inside of the 19 minutes. They don't need to play some points. It doesn't matter how they get the points now, as long as they just keep getting some points every single game, and 10 is wonderful. ARMR Esports over towards the blue, out in the edge again, Zen Esports. And Monk close by to that as well. I still expect, though, for Alter Ego, this could be a very good game based on their positioning. 5 seconds till phase 5. They'd love to see a northern shift, maintain their spot. Even if it's the kind of game, and it will go northern shift, they actually do get a good circle. If it's the kind of game they get like a 6-kill win, I mean, that's still 16 points versus the 10 of Shadow, so you do close the gap ever so slightly then going into the last 4 games, and that's all you got to ask for as the goal. And it's an intriguing circle now because they're going to make the decision. Do they want to hold that compound out on the western part of the circle or group up with the other 2, or potentially the 2 in the middle go to the compound and then they play edge from phase 5 onwards?
Well, for PV right now, he's forced to play edge, but he's scoping down onto Xuan. But the terrain is not really helping him, so he doesn't have a good clear shot. Now, do they really need to clear out Zen Esports? Yeah, perhaps. But we'll see what kind of commotion that happens on the right side of the circle. Now, on the left side of the circle, we have a lot of teams here. At least on our minimap, we have 4 different teams.
Yeah, the north side is a lot heavier. Monty with a good angle to find a knock. Doesn't quite connect with the Dragunov. Gulp's going to go down by Jing. And as this game has developed, this is where for the middle of the pack leaderboard, it's developed nicely. Xiaofeng, lovely little jump out to try and help. Jing got knocked down anyway, but Bowling will be eliminated. Jing also gets finished off by Queen. There's a point for Alter Ego at the window now, fighting his show. It's Kia down very low as ATO, of course, at the bottom of the leaderboard, down to 1 player, only the 14 points. Trying to pick up something here against Game Start Win, but Show's repositioned nicely. Now using these frag grenades, trying to clear out the corner side of this building. And that's some really good use of the auditory from Show. Knows exactly where Kia is based on these footsteps and the way he's moving around. He's tried to flush him out with his frag grenades. And now he can kind of play the angle, use that TPP camera, get a little bit more information. He's definitely putting the respect into Kia, not just running at him. He's played this nicely, even more tags. Kia's had to also be healing for the majority of this. So Show might just opt to try and stick to res. Oh, no. Good. Yeah, again, here's him just running outside. So he knows he can't stick it. Catches him on the corner. That blue, though, is coming in. Show needs to finish this off. And he does have Xeno close by for cover, but Xeno hasn't really pushed over to help.
Yeah, Xeno is still waiting on the other side. I guess he wants to play by the edge of the circle in case they lose this fight. He can still get in by himself. So he's going in for the rest. So it's going to be a 1v2 situation right now. Show shows up. It's going in forward.
Oh,
and
he's going to
get
get down.
The job done.
The blue, though. The blue and Show got the res on the Xiaofeng, but then the blues brought him back down again. So those two are down in the blue. That's surely going to be Xeno the solo for game start win. That was just too scrappy for GSW. As Team Newbies also eliminated. That's the bottom 3 teams now out of this game to start tonight. 9 teams remain, and it's big for those in towards the middle of the leaderboard. NRG out, Vega out, Xmen down to 2 players, but they've been able to hold good position inside of the circle despite a poor start to this game. They are now in a position that they can at least maybe get some placement points, but you've got to deal with Zanshin. Zanshin have got this building surrounded. Blue zone nades. Blue zone will come in the next 45 seconds. So Xmen up against it here. Time running out.
Oh, shot toss nades here by Xavier. Trying to trap them. Ah, okay, he almost got that one, but he's still pinned down. He has nowhere to go. So at some point, they will rush in and try to take him out, but then again, other fights happening elsewhere as well. But this fight has to end quickly because the zone will start to close soon.
So out the window it goes from the bathroom, and they'll look to re-aggress because Shuma's up top of this building. So Xavier's not just going to leave him behind. They're going to try and fight this one out in a 2v4. Technically 2v3 because RZ's still just playing over towards the south side of the circle to not give up space at the window. But he does have to be careful of that side though. Xavier, that's being watched. RZ got some really good tags into Xavier. They know exactly where he is as well inside of the closet, and it should be a pretty easy swarm. He did get some damage, but Zanchin cleared that nicely. Good watching from RZRZ to help out as the Overwatch anchor at the south side of the circle. So Xmen, no more points for the game. Only the 1 point. That's left third place vulnerable. Great for Auglis. 4 up with 3 kills. That's definitely in their sights.
Yeah, Auglis is definitely eyeing their 3rd spot right now. And they have the opportunity with the fact that they are playing by the edge of the circle so they can stop teams from coming in. Perhaps Alter Ego, perhaps Happy Squad. But currently they are in the split position as well, so they have to find a way to get together. Anyway, for Alter Ego, long range onto the high ground. And Gmore got Mad Dog.
Mad Dog knocked by Samoy, as you mentioned. Alter Ego, by the way, they did make that decision on the 2-2 split. They brought the 2 that were in the middle back over towards the compound on the western side of the circle. So they wanted to play edge, play together, rather than try and control a little bit of space in the middle, which would have been vulnerable to shots like this. As Dusky cleans up Elgin Bots. Happy Squad down to 3 now. Spots another one. This is Pivy trying to put some pain into Monk. Had a better night last night in some areas, but that's 2 down immediately. Cherry able to find 2. Alec getting involved though. A little third party from Auglis. 10 trip knocked down. Cherry on 12 HP. Gets a nice kill onto Nan as Happy Squad are eliminated in 8th spot. Only the 3 points, or 3 kill points from this game, along with the 1 placement point as ARMR go to 5 kills. They started last night really, really well with back-to-back 2nd place finishes. They're just starting to get going a little bit here in the PUBG Master Series as they get rid of Monk out in 7th. They go to 6 kills and the top 6, controlling the north side of this circle. Unfortunately, they lost Pivy. Can they get Dusky back up? It seems like they should.
And ARMR Esports, they're not done yet though. They should have that time and space. Yep, no other teams up north. They can potentially stop them. They have that time to rest. But then again, after that, they have to find a way to get into the circle. Does help that the fact that Zenshin and Zen Esports is on the other side of the road as well, so they don't have much space to cross. Number 1, they have to win that fight against Alec first.
Well, like I said, trying to get that Molotov into the shack, missed the window. That's a difficult throw from that angle. They're just trying to clear it out just in case there was someone in there. Of course, we know there isn't. It's Xuan at the rock inside the smoke. This game, though, is set up for Alter Ego. 4 up good position to sweep up to the north side and take out some wounded teams. And for the team in second place on the leaderboard, these are the games that you want. Unfortunate for them, of course, that Shadow Esports did pick up 10 kills. But you look at that gap, 24 points. You still got the opportunity to pick up the 10 placement points, get some more kills. That gap won't be 24 by the end of this game if they finish strongly. ZSHN are playing this really well, not over-investing on extending out, knowing that they could be susceptible to shots from those teams up north. August now turning around up against the ARMR, the M249 connecting onto Cherry and getting finished off by Alec. CJ, though, burning, the only one left alive for August, and we'll just sit it out in the car and stay alive for maybe 5 more seconds as Alter Ego have started to push out. They should be able to finish him off. 5 kills for August, a decent game. And we'll see them go up the leaderboard. But surely the demise is coming. Seat swap, nice movement. CJ's playing this as well as he possibly can as the solo. Keep the org out. Don't worry about the flash at this point. You got too many players pushing in. They clear him out. Down into the top 3. Alter Ego. This is their game. For ZSHN, now up into 6th as well as they're making a really good run towards the top 3. They could still finish in the top 3 if they win this game as Xeno finally goes out for game start win. Shifts ZSHN up into 5th as Alter Ego, for their sake, desperately need to win this 4v4 to close the gap to Shadow Esports.
Oof, and now they have the man advantage by taking out Sin. It's a 4v3 moment for them. Okay, but here comes Akosi as well. He's going to move in on the right side. Looks like he's trying to flank them. Oh, ZSHN. Okay, 3 players left and Alter Ego have them locked in. And we are now at phase number 8 when the circle moves away from ZSHN. Alter Ego, they have a big advantage now.
Yeah, Sly Fox, I mean, they've got at least the north side. ZSHN can kind of top-down look towards Alter Ego, but Alter Ego will probably have more control of phase 9 if we get there. You know, Sync, of course, still knocked down. They've got to find the space to try and get this revive. And 2 stuck at this Dorito. I mean, this is the opportunity here for RZRZ. If he can connect before that they can cross from that Dorito. But I like the fact that Man's just pushed up. He's just going to provide the pressure up close, buy some time for his teammates to try and push out of a bad spot. Akasari, nice shots landing. But RZRZ does go down to Man. So Man wins that initial close contact battle. That was his rotate to push up, get close. That gives them the space. And for Man to then turn around and take the fight to Akasari, Alter Ego have played this perfectly. They didn't panic, had 2 players stuck at the Dorito, but they were able to apply enough pressure as ZSHN are just getting obliterated. Sly Fox did get 1 knock. Zink needs to get this one, but they instantly traded. Outnumbered and outgunned as Alter Ego will take the chicken dinner to start night 3.
Ooh, to start the race with Shadow Esports. Though Shadow Esports, they scored 10 elimination points at least, but then again, we're talking about Alter Ego here, scoring the chicken dinner with a good amount of kill points as well. So the race is definitely on between the 2 of these teams. Man, it's definitely going to be a tight one till the end.
That certainly will be, and I think that's what exactly we want. ZSHN, to their credit, really good game too, and that's seen them jump up the leaderboard massively. They came into tonight in 8th place. With that result, they'll be fighting for at least 3rd by the end of the night. That's really on the cards for them now off of that performance, and so that really... There's 2 big races going on here. You've got the top 2 that are going to battle for 1st, and then you've got like 5 or 6 teams, maybe even more, battling for 3rd place to pick up at least as many points as possible as we go to the highlights for this game. And it didn't start off great for SavageMen Esports. They lose UpChen early. They lost another one quickly after that. They had the duo, got them to 9th spot, but couldn't quite get into the top 8 for the rank tank to placement points. And yeah, I mean, a disappointing game for SavageMen Esports as that 3rd place team to now see, you know, the likes of ZSHN have a decent game. Happy's got picked up points, Orgler's picked up points, and so the gap for them now well and truly already gone, and they're back in the pack.
Yeah, and what a round this was, right? Like a lot of open fights here just because of how this circle is. And everyone pretty much have an equal share of an area to play with. But the tricky part is that if you're divided by those roads, cutting across is always very, very difficult. So it ideally is for teams to manage that early. As we can see here, like on screen, like Happy Squad, like ARMR, because of that road, they find it really, really difficult to cut across. And because of that, they went out, well, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for ARMR, they've shown they have the ability to play in this lobby. They just probably have to start well next week. That's the biggest thing. 2 weeks in a row, they haven't started well, and that's just seen them lag behind the rest of the pack. And then slowly, as the weekend develops, that's when they start to perform a little bit better. So it's just all about, I think, getting out of the block, starting all next Friday, and then who knows where they could potentially finish going into that weekend. But yeah, for Zanshin, really good game. As you can see, there's that leaderboard there for that spot over towards the third place. Now there's, like, as I said, 5 or 6 teams that I think will be in that contention for tonight, and obviously for Shadow Esports and Alter Ego towards the top 2, it's going to be a close race. 4 games to go.
And Alter Ego, they either finished like 9 or 10 kills earlier on, so that's a good haul as well. So it's at least 19 or 20 points in this round. And that also means that the gap between them and Shadow Esports, it could go down to a single digit after this. We'll need to tabulate the scores again just to get a confirmation on that. I kind of wish that August would have done better here towards the end. If only they did, then it could be, I don't know, a 3-way race towards the end. But because like they did kind of okay, so they kind of put themselves still, in contention, but we only 4 more games to go. I'm not sure it will be enough with the fact that those top 2 teams are still performing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've only got 4 games, so it's really for the top spot, it's down to 2. And then, as I said, everyone else is just going to be battling for third. I think that, again, if you're August, you're not too fussed about that. If you're Vega, you're not too fussed about that. They already picked up the majority of the points from week 1. So, battling for third, fourth, just to kind of keep their PMS points ticking over is the main thing. Alter Ego, in the end, 11 kills. If you recall back to sort of the 16-minute mark of the game, by that point, you had already seen 10 kill points for Shadow, and Alter Ego had 0, but they were in a better position. And so it's pretty easy to kind of spot and say, well, I think there's a good chance that Alter Ego will do most of their work towards the late stage of the game, and it panned out that way. Look, for Shadow Esports, the one mistake that they made was trying to chase God XP in the BRDM, and they just got kind of unlucky, were obviously kind of at that hill, punished that, there's a kill, and then it kind of just became a bit of a scrap. But to their credit, they scrapped really well. Like they could have easily maybe walked away with only 3 to 4 kills, but they just managed to, especially as a duo at the end, I think it was Jexi and Setsuna, and just to pick up a couple more kills and really just at least make something of the game, knowing that they weren't going to have a long game. It wasn't going to be a longevity game for them. They still at least put some decent points on the table, because if they hadn't have done that, if they only had picked up the 3 kills, well, their gap against Alter Ego may not have even been a gap. At least it was only 11 points gained for Alter Ego coming into this, rather than them now being equal. There's still a small buffer for Shadow Esports, 10 points. So those 10 points are the 10 kills that they got, so that's a big help for them. And their kills have just been by far and away better than the rest of the lobby. As you can see, 93 kills overall, but their placement points are pretty equal with the rest of the lobby, outside of Alter Ego, who go to 51 placement points. So they got a really healthy balance. I mean, Alter Ego's balance profile of 51 placement, 64 kills, typically that's what you want. The balance and of Shadow Esports 32 to 93 is a little bit off. I mean, that's just too many kills, maybe not enough placement points for a top team. It's irrelevant, though. If you're actually going to go and double the kills of every other team, well, then so be it. You can't control that. But Alter Ego clearly has shown they've got the ability to play the late game. So if Shadow do have the kind of night where they keep getting into these early fights and they're picking up, 8 to 10 points, that might seem great. But if Alter Ego are picking up the wins, then they might be picking up 15 to 20 points. And that will be enough to see them take top spot. And we already saw last week when it looked like Vega were going to be the ones to win it out. August snatched it in the last game.
Yeah, this almost might feel like a deja vu of week 1, right? When Vega was on top at some point and then they were overtaken by August. But in the case of between Alter Ego and Shadow Esports, at least they started off game 1, 0 placement points, but they got 10 kill points in, so that's pretty okay as well. In fact, that's actually pretty great. Like what you said, right? Imagine if they had like the 4 players and they didn't go for the chase, the result might be a little bit different, but that's a totally different universe altogether. But we also have to give it to Alter Ego as well. With this chicken dinner, they're definitely not giving up here on that number 1 spot. It will be another case of a big comeback. Not really a big comeback, but a big overtake of a team, just like how we had last week, and it's still on track there. On the third place, Oculus, I think the gap is just too far right now for even if they want to catch the second place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think second is going to be achievable. Just whenever you have two teams that are fighting for first, and Alter Ego, of course, started tonight off with a win, I'd be pretty surprised if, second is achievable for any of those teams that are third to, fifth. I think that it's just going to be a classic case of two teams fighting for first, and then everyone else is fighting for third, which that in itself, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the difference between second and third is only 20 PMS points. I say only, and in the grand scheme of things, once you get to the end of week 4, that only 20 might be the difference between, staying home or going to the Esports World Cup. But it just means that at least you're still picking up a decent amount of points on the week. Even if there's a healthy gap between second and third, the actual PMS points gap isn't that large. ARMR Esports on the screen there for a brief moment, touched on them before, but yeah, just need to see them start well next week. I think that's the only thing that they really need to show now. They've shown over the first 2 weeks they've got the ability to get back into the lobby and perform and match it with everyone else. They just keep starting a little too slow, and then they're playing catch up. And playing catch up PUBG is never good for anyone, unless you're like an incredibly good team where you typically dominate a lobby and you just have one bad night at the start of a tournament. Yeah, they can certainly do it, but a lot of the other teams can't. And for Shadow Esports, I mean, they're just absolutely firing on all cylinders when it comes to the fragging department. They just got to get to the late game a little bit more coming into tonight just to solidify that top spot. That will be a potential difference. If they start having these outside top 8 finishes, it opens the door for Alter Ego.
Yeah, and with that being said, right, so the third and fourth spot right now is super duper tight if you kind of think about it. Like, there are so many teams that can actually go for it, like Savageman Esports, like even NRG, like Vega, like maybe even Happy Squad, maybe even Zanshin. So there's so many contenders for the third and fourth spot, which is the bare minimum to gain those points. So I would say that it's going to be a real tight race there, and it's something for us to look forward to, not only for who's going to be the champion of week number 2, but who's going to be able to secure at least the top 4.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that for GameStart win as well on our screens, not an awful performance, but again, maybe it was a case, back on week 1, they just absolutely shot out of the block. So you think back to games 1, 2, and 3 for week 1 was second, third with 11 kills, and then second again. So they had a really, really good start. And then from there, they just kind of didn't do much else. There was a small patch to close night 2 where they finished third, 6 kills, first with 11 kills, and then again, didn't really do too much. So they've shown flashes of brilliance, but where else is it in the grand scheme of things? You can't have, at this level of PUBG, 3 good games and then 6 bad games and then 2 good games and then 5 bad games. That's just not going to work out. Every team in this lobby is capable of getting a chicken dinner. I absolutely believe that. I mean, even you look at last week when Team Newbies were looking destined to finish in the last place position, they ended game 15 with a win. So every team can get a win, but not every team can finish top 8 consistently, win the majority of their gunfights. And so for GameStart win, that's where I feel like they're kind of just going to be middle of the pack now, and the middle of the pack is not a bad thing. I think the vast majority of this lobby is incredibly talented, and it just goes to show that the middle of the pack is so tightly contested because of that. As we head into our next map, heading in towards Tago for day 3 match 12, heating up after this, only 3 more games to go. A 10-point gap for Shadow Esports over Alter Ego, who closed it down. It was a 21-point gap, now a 10-point gap, and it goes to show how quickly those gaps can change.
Oh man, it's already 3 more games to go. I'm so used to okay, we have 6 games a day, but now we have 5 games, so games are just running out really, really fast. Well, flight path looks like it's going to start from the right towards the left side, ending around the area of Hosan Prison. So far, no hot drops yet to try to stop the top 2 teams, or maybe Shadow Esports or Alter Ego. So with the remaining 4 games, including this game, I don't know if we're gonna see one, unless teams get really, really desperate, like if it's the last game and the point difference is like a single digit, then maybe we might see a team just try to hot drop like these top 2 teams maybe.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen any hot drops, actually. At least not what I've casted so far, and there hasn't really ever been a reason for it. I think modern PUBG has kind of moved away from hot drops. It was a thing a lot more earlier in its time, many years ago, where teams first did hot drops, then they did like a corral hot drop where you kind of drop around the location and try and set up an early gatekeep and catch them on the rotate. But these days, it's just far easier to play your own game. The only time you would ever do it is if it's literally the last game and it's a 20-point gap. Maybe even then, you still wouldn't do it, but that would be the only time. There's a very lovely northern circle, and that's going to split down the middle with the river. That is pretty close to a 50-50 split. If you take into account the northwestern island is very much playable. So yesterday, or back on night one, we had the full northwestern as Bo Lane just instantly headshot by Xeno at the window. Against that win again, they can have these little moments, but they've got to find the consistency. They were much better on week one, currently 10th at the moment. A little bit behind that sort of upper pack, probably from Happy Squad upwards. I mean, Monk's just in the middle of it, but from Happy Squad to about Auglas, it's only 10 points for 3rd to 8th. So all of those teams can still pick up an incredible amount of PMS points. That's going to be very intriguing as to how that shapes out. For Happy Squad right now, they would only pick up 30 PMS points. If they can leap into 3rd, it becomes 60. So you're doubling your PMS points, and the gap is only 10. So very achievable going into the last 4 games. For Monk, they'd have to finish really strongly. And I think for Game Start and below, it's probably not going to happen. You still want to finish as high as you possibly can, get into the top 8, try and get 30 points rather than 10 or 20. But yeah, every team's kind of got their own little individual goals. You know, for ATO and for Team Newbies, can you get out of the bottom 2 and just pick something up? As Kia will get some revenge on to Xeno. So Xeno gets 1, and then ATO get 1 back. It's the mutual destruction for Game Start win and ATO.
Ooh. But Vega's monitoring the situation. They might want to come in as a third party to clean things up, and they've sent IM Bot across. So he's the closest one right now, and looks like they will execute their plan. Xiao Feng gets Lauba, and that's kind of like a bit of help towards Vega to secure that 1 kill point. But the rest of GSW, they're on their way as well. Look at this behind. Jing coming in together with Show as well. And Jing got empty.
He did, but it's more of a defensive shot. I mean, unless Joe can get something on the drive-by here, he might turn back around, and this is not great for Vega. Yeah, so Empty's going to be run over, and that's 3 early kills for Game Start win, and still 3 players up. I'd try and get out of here if possible, but he's just swarmed. As AJ comes back around, Tede will finish him off with the drive over. 2 down for Game Start win. Also an opportunity to get the blue chip as well for Vega. Game Start win probably down to 2 here. Xiaofeng and Jing will hold out of the compound. Of course, the circle a little bit of a distance away from where this is all happening. ATO, don't forget about them. They're still a player down and Kia inside of the building. So for Vega, job's not done. They've still got to clean this out.
Yeah, 1 more to go inside the building. They're just waiting for each other to re-coordinate. And that's going to be Gob's point given towards Vega. There's 1 more player. There's going to be Kia there. Not sure if they know that Kia is still around though. But they're checking around the corners. They're checking every building. At some point, they'll definitely find him. Oh.
I mean, I don't think they'd care too much. Like, sometimes you got to look at it from a is it worthwhile standpoint. Would you rather get the 1 kill and waste a couple of minutes to secure it, or would you rather get into a better position in the circle, potentially pick up more loot, whatever it may be? So you got to kind of factor in those decisions as we go to the man of the match from our first game, which was Man 5 kills. Again, like the rest of his team, did the majority of the work at the late game and hit some really good shots. But most importantly, what he did in this game too, just this push up. So where he is positioned here, he crossed over from the western side of the zone, ran over across, took the front contact position. He had a big 1v1 fight. He wins that. From there, it opened up the ability for the rest of Alter Ego on that west side to push in. He got a nice kill when he turned around. We saw it in the highlight. So he was not only man of the match in terms of statistics, but he made the big power play that allowed Alter Ego to go on and get that win.
And GSW, okay, they made a U-turn here. They know that somebody's left here and they find it worthwhile. On the left side, checking in. But they're not really checking the corners yet. Okay, but they probably have a hunch now. Because he kind
I
of
don't
moved
think
away. Oh,
I don't think they know that Kia's here. They got no idea.
Oh. Okay.
And Kia's now going to get the knock, and he's going to get them both. Kia has gotten rid of game start win. Yeah, I mean, that's GSW. Just not much you could really do about it. They had absolutely no idea that Kia was just tucked in on the corner. And he stays alive. 3 kills for ATO, who need every single point that they can get towards the bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, smart play from Kia. He's probably expecting GSW to come back, and he just kind of sits in the corner. He knows it's one of the better plays that he can make at that point. He doesn't need to just rush out, go for the circle. He knows there's a good chance GSW come back. And for game start win, yeah, unfortunately, tough times continue here in week 2.
Oh man, and Kia single-handedly eliminated the 2 players of GSW, and now GSW is out. And not only Kia got those points in, but he also has a ton of loot because of them U-turning back. But now being the single last player for ATO, all he can do right now is just try to hold on for play some points.
Couple of pickups from those teams towards the south of the main island, Alter Ego being one of them. I mean, they're so far away from this phase 1 circle that it makes the most logical sense. If you get the pickup system, you may as well just take it and fly on over. Another one's going to be Team Newbies as well, although I'm a little bit surprised Team Newbies are kind of making this decision. They're on the Northwest Island. They could keep vehicles and maintain position, but there's already a large stack actually of teams over on the Northwest Island. So Happy Squad, Savage Man Esports, Zanshin, and Shadow Esports, all pretty much just holding close towards the bridges around that river side of the Northwest Island. So not a total over-invest, but it's a 50-50 split circle. Like, it genuinely is. This could go mainland. This could go towards the island. Hasn't been decided for phase 1, so that's going to make it very fascinating going into phase 2 as to how this circle is going to develop. And still a lot of teams then that are coming in on the mainland who, being on the south side of the mainland, you're just going to drive up or pick up system, and you're going to have to play the mainland side, so no choice. But the teams that went early, and they went Northwest Island, so they're banking on that as Anarchy is going to collect the free kill onto Kia, looking to revive his teammates at the blue chip tower, and that's Team Newbies picking up their first kill. ATO are going to be eliminated in second last and stay in last overall on the leaderboard.
That's pretty smart from Anarchy earlier on. Just to wait for the right moment, and he got that one for himself. So good work there. NRG, a team who's currently holding the record of the most eliminations in a single round, which is 20. So far right now, they are at number 6 with 73 points. But if we were to put aside, like, okay, that number 6, 73 points, they're only 5 points behind Oculus in the overall. So very, very doable for them to come back with a top 4 finish.
I mean, still plenty of PUBG to be played. Yeah, it's going to be a big race. Like, even Monk are, 20 points behind, 4 games to go from third. So if they can finish strongly, even they're somewhat of a chance. I think below them, it's not a chance. I just don't think anyone that's 10th to 16th is going to be able to finish third. But Monk, they're an outlier, but they're still just somewhat in the picture. It's a little bit maybe dependent on how this game goes for them. If that goes from a 20-point gap to a 30-point gap, 3 games to go, yeah, you could probably put a line through them. So these games get really pressure-filled quickly coming into the last couple of few games, and it starts now for some teams, and other teams maybe still have a reprieve available. Phase 2 circle pop. That is a fun circle. If I had to hazard a guess, I'm still thinking you want to play kind of south of Shipyard rather than go Northwest Island. I think that's not enough. Statistically, it's a little bit more to the mainland. As that's a lovely spray down from Feven. Even he, I think, was a little surprised by that one. He sort of looked away, and then he quickly looked back as if it was like, oh, I actually got him. That was a very sharp shot with the AUG. And TERA are going to lose one on the rotate. Not ideal, especially over towards the blue, just north of Kang Yueng. As Unlucky will happily take that one. It's been a rough second week for them after they started so well last week, and it looked like they were going to have a pretty good finish. They were in the race going into day 3 last week to potentially fight for first. And ever since the start of that night, all the way to this point, it's just been downhill. and they haven't really been able to refine that form.
Yeah, maybe the first thing they need to do is to change their name from unlucky to lucky. Maybe they'll change their fate. But yeah, they were caught in some unlucky encounters, no pun intended. Especially yesterday when they rotated towards Novo, they bumped into another team and they lost 3 players while they were rotating. It was just too bad for them. There were a couple of scenarios similar to that happened to Unlucky. So I guess with the current situation that they're in and the amount of points that they have, all they could do is right now just take this as a good practice for next week and look forward to week number 3.
So it's this area here that's going to be very intriguing because, again, I think the circle's just barely favoring mainland. Phase 3 can still shift this way, but no one's really made a move from these teams on the Northwest Island. None of them have actually decided to, kind of cross over and hedge their bets one way or the other. It's almost like, well, we came here phase 1, we're going to stay here phase 2. There's just enough. Maybe we get fortunate, because if they do get fortunate, all of these teams around this position are going to benefit greatly if phase 3 goes their way. I just have a feeling it won't. But no one has moved at all, as Team Newbies will be the last ones to kind of arrive just north of this. Couldn't quite see it on the mini-map, but otherwise, besides those teams in and around that position, everyone else now just making their way south of Shipyard, as Man is going to go on a glider trip, but he's playing this quite safely, just outside the circle, just around the edge, get as much information as possible, scout out the compound as Trick and Samoy will come by. It is vacant, it is clear, and it's just inside the circle. And there's a good chance it could even still be largely inside for phase 3 if it does hard shift over towards the east. And that'll give them a really good basis point to then spring into, phase 4, phase 5, push out of that. Everyone else is more so scrapping for these outside positions. So it's a nice little spot just for phase 2 right now for Alter Ego. May not stay that way, a little bit dependent on what this next circle will do. And they do also then benefit by scouting out Unlucky. If this does go Shipyard side, though, I'm fully expecting a lot of teams will have to send it in towards Shipyard. The ones coming in super late, the ones on the Northwest Island. And so we might end up with some Shipyard battles going into phase 3-4 if it goes that way. 5 seconds until the phase 3 pop. This is a big one.
And Zen Esports taking the middle ground. But majority of the circle, like what you said, right, moves towards Shipyard. So we can expect a big migration here from the left side island towards the Shipyard area. And that bridge is going to be a big bottleneck for a lot of these teams. We have at least 6 or maybe 7 of those teams that we need to migrate across.
This is a big circle, Cloud, as well, because it's not a generic phase 3 circle. This is for 50% of a phase 3 circle, and most of it is incredibly unplayable. So you will have to see teams force their way into Shipyard. You're going to see a lot more action this phase 3 than you would typically see as well here on Tago, because of that water that cuts off pretty much 50% of this phase 3 circle. The south side as well has a little island that Zen Esports were playing. They have to move away from that. That's not playable. Fight on the road here. Tantrip and Savior both going down 1-for-1 between Happy Squad and Savageman Esports. And it's the nature of this circle shift. Both teams quickly trying to rotate, go towards the Yongjian Bridge, try and get over towards the mainland. Even if they do that, they then have to cross the other island, cross then back over towards the other mainland south of Shipyard. This is just an incredibly hectic circle that's going to see a lot of rotational fights. And there's just going to be quite a lot of luck one way or the other, and a bit of unluckiness one way or the other. There's only so much skill can really help you in these kind of situations. Got to be careful, got to move quick, but then it's easy to get knocked down on the rotate. Empty knocked down by Zam Shao. You've got Shadow Esports that are sending it straight over the Shipyard Bridge right now as all of this is happening. And guess what? Setsuna knocked down. Well, I mean, what can you do about that? He gets knocked on the bridge trying to cross over towards Shipyard. That's the right play. A little bit unlucky. And that's also now forced Hansi to stop on the bridge to go for that res. And that's, of course, the top team. So something to be mindful of as to, again, how these circles can dictate these games a lot of the times.
Absolutely, right. This circle is arguably the most entertaining circle that we've got so far in this season's PMS. Well, teams are starting to rotate as we kind of expected. That includes Happy Squad, who's currently spending a little bit of time in the blue. But they also trying to decide on okay, how are they going to rotate across? Are they going to take the bridge towards Shipyard directly, or are they going to take the long rotation down? Do they have enough healing utilities to tank the blue? So many questions to answer here. And it's not like they will get a free pass if they rotate down. Xmen Esports is one of those teams who are currently down there who can play the gatekeeping role for teams cutting across the South Bridge.
No, they're just going to boat it in towards Shipyard. They've already lost a player as well, so they came off second best in that fight with Happy Squad, who got the res. And the problem with the boat, I mean, the boat's fine, but look at this. You're going to be getting shot at pretty much the whole way through. I imagine they will go all the way up north and try and wrap back in towards Shipyard. Otherwise, if you try and send it straight into this, I mean, they might actually bank it into the coast. And if they do that now, pushing out of the coast and try and push up towards the road, you don't have vehicles. You're pushing into TERA and Zen. There's that circle. Probably made the right call based on the circle popping away. Technically could have gone up to Shipyard, then funneled through, taking the fights, but down to 3 players, that becomes a bit more difficult. So they take the safer option, pull out towards the lighthouse. But the path forward from here is going to be so difficult. Like, you don't have vehicles to just burst through. You're going to have to go on foot. There's teams that are already pretty comfortably set here as well. I mean, Zen Esports, to be fair, are only 2 players. So they're actually a little bit fortunate in some ways that it's a 2-man squad just south of them pushing out of that lighthouse. But TERA are in a good spot. Monk, actually, who are the ones that just landed a tag on a Zen, they've got a wonderful spot where they can kind of look down towards Xmen Esports are at. Happy Squad made it across their bridge, and an update. Shadow Esports, by the way, Hansi did get Setsuna back in his vehicle, drove him across the bridge over towards Shipyard, got the revive on him, so they're back up to 4. I honestly thought that phase 3 circle pop would see a little bit more conflict. We certainly saw it with, you know, Happy Squad and Xmen Esports, Shadow, the knock, and then the res. Teams definitely did fight, but I expected more carnage.
Yeah, but it looks like they played the patience game right now. But at the same time, Team Newbies on the north could potentially sandwich Shadow Esports here. Shadow Esports, they're managing Zenshin now, putting a lot more focus onto them. Hopefully they know that they're being approached by Team Newbies from behind. So they have to shift their attention really, really soon. Zenshin Esports, they're not really interested to continue on this fight. So the focus should be on Team Newbies that's coming in from behind.
Yeah, and even Shipyard itself didn't really see a whole lot of teams go in there. Just the 3, Shadow Esports, Unlucky, and Team Newbies. And Shadow Esports really just kind of playing on the edge of it here. As you can see, Jaxie's pushed out aggressive. Hansi's just playing at a brick wall, trying to get some damage into the BRDM while it's sitting still. Monty eliminated by Alec. Panzer out for Jaxie. That will certainly help against the BRDM. And there's a lot of space in the center of this phase 4 circle just because it's such open terrain, and it's pretty much like the only open terrain. Currently, there's the north compound that ARMR's sitting in, the south compound that Monk's sitting in, the earlier compound that Alter first got to for Alter Ego, of course, no longer in for phase 4, but they've been able to push out a bit of space for them on that northeastern side of the circle because some teams went Shipyard, so that created the ability for them to kind of then funnel out pretty safely. The Shadow know they've got Unlucky behind them, as Lunlin got by Auriculus, and Vegas coming in on the south side, so I mean, not a great start for Xmen Esports. Don't forget, they were already down to 3, so 1 knocked, 2 up at the moment, trying to push out from Lighthouse. And TERA is actually just floating on down. He's just parachuted on top. So Vega's going to probably get aggressive here because Teddy's landing in the middle of all of this, or at least he's going to try and navigate to not land in the middle of it. But he is, if they were to look up, they would be spotting the man parachuting down.
And this kind of circle, so difficult for teams at Coastline right now. Zen Esports, especially sandwiched by 2 different teams. Oraculus taking a lot of damage, gunned down at the other day by M-Team from Vega Esports. And Vega, they're not out of it yet. Zenshin making their move down south, down the coastline, and they want to be a part of this.
Yeah, very unlucky for Xmen Esports, down to 1 player. They made the call to bring the boat to the lighthouse and then push out on foot, but it was always going to be difficult getting out of that spot, pushing out here. Zen will be the ones eliminated at the hands of Vega. Poor Xiaomu, he's by himself, and he's got one side, he's got Zanshin, on the other side he's got Vega, and I would imagine he's going to try and at least see if he can get Alcasari to go to the grave with him, but not going to happen. RZRZ just quickly pops out of the BRDM, gets the kill. Xmen Esports out, no points. Again, remember, they started tonight in 3rd place on 77 points. They had a 4-point gap to NRG, and they're now out of the top 3. As things stand, they still have 3 more games tonight to try and rectify the form. And they did have the opportunity to take the boat to Shipyard and then funnel in from behind backfield. They would have taken a fight with Team Newbies. If I'm going to be honest, it's not the easy call, and it's probably not the first call you make, but it was there as an option. And I think it would have seen them play more to their strength. Close quarters around these positions, ducking and weaving between buildings, and against the team that's towards the bottom, they could have really benefited.
And here comes Jexy and the rest of Shadow Esports. No kill points yet for them, but they might pick up their first kill point really soon. Jexy managed to get a knockdown. But they need to secure that kill point. They should be able to, though. On the coastline, the fight's not over yet. We have Unlucky here joining in, stopping Zanshin from coming by. Goni takes a lot of damage from the side, and Goni eliminated by Dusky from ARMR.
And 4 of the bottom 6 now eliminated. It's been a rough game for the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, and I think Team Newbies aren't too far away from joining the rest of them as Sniper gets knocked down by Setsuna. Shadow Esports have been in the thick of it, and only the 2 standing at the moment. Jaxie is not going to get revived. He's over towards the blue as it's enveloping his position. 40 seconds till phase 6, so he's going to get left behind. It's going to be similar to the first game for Shadow Esports. Collect as many kills as you possibly can. Make the most of, again, another game that hasn't quite gone the way that you would like. They were on the Northwest Island, tried to cross over. They did, and unfortunately just lose the battle to Zanshin. Well played from Zanshin. Played it perfectly at the bridge. Kept the gatekeep on the team at the top of the leaderboard. So just the 3 kills for Shadow. That's already been matched by Alter Ego on the eastern side of this circle, which we haven't seen a lot of, but it's been developing. So they've already matched the points of the team in first, and it's only up from here for Alter Ego. In fact, there's the 4th kill for them as NRG get eliminated down to 9 teams remaining. Circle Pop goes the way of ARMR Esports. They can maintain their compound position, and same for TERA as well. Theirs is still just in a little bit. So is Monk on the south side of the circle as Vega down to just Tede and empty, but they picked up 8 kills from this match into 6th at the moment on the leaderboard, and so close to the top 3.
Oh, Alter Ego now 4 kills, and they still have a full squad. Man, it's also another potentially big round for them. Let's see what happens here on the coastline. We still have Vega Esports here up against Zenshin. It's going to be a 3v2 sort of situation, and both teams now in circle. Even though after they're done, they still need to find a way to cut across the road, but they'll think about that later, because right now, Vega rushing in forward. Akosi Ray together with Sync. Sync takes a lot of damage. Sync, 20% of health. Iron Bot at the front line, trying to find that tight angle as he moves forward, but TD gets knocked down. Nevertheless,
that calf lift
still gets
oh
it
my
double
goodness.
in.
That calf lift helped him so much for Ironbot. Now, he may have still been able to get those 2 kills without it, but it kind of flipped in a way. Just as he was moving a little to the left to get a better angle on the shield, it kind of just flips and just completely protects him. ARMR just get wiped out, by the way, as Alter Ego pushed into this compound. So ARMR were defending it, and Alter Ego just took it so cleanly. They're down to 3 players off the back of that, but as things stands now, only 5 points behind the top spot. A 21-point gap is already down to 5, and still room to gain more in just the second game of the night. Shadow Esports looked like they were in a comfortable position and no longer will be comfortable going into the last 3 games tonight, as Alter Ego started hot, started perfectly. And that's even still with Shadow having picked up 13 points in the first 2 games. It's not like they've gained nothing.
And Alter Ego's heat is not stopping yet. They're already at 8 elimination points. As Vega at 10 right now, eyeing that 3rd spot. But the fact that Oculus is still in the game, so they could still gain points for themselves to stay away from Vega. Nevertheless, right now, all the teams currently in the circle, and we're focusing on the Monk now, taking this fight against Oculus, and Oculus, so far so good for them. At least they're in the circle, so they have some space to play with.
Yeah, it's a big game for Monk. They got 4 up, 3 kills, still only a 20-point gap to the top 3, but they have to make sure that they get more from this game, because Oculus and Vega picking up some valuable points. Blue Zone Nade just to push away from the rock. I just want to see Monk get aggressive if they possibly can. I mean, right now, their current position, you don't really need to be pushing into Oculus. They've got better territory control towards the more center point of the circle when you kind of look at Asu and Niku's high command, whatever they want to call themselves these days. But yeah, I think they're just being a little bit mindful as well. TERA could kind of backfill in behind them. They're a little bit spread out. That's somewhat of a concern. So if Unk gets knocked, then he's just probably not going to get picked up. Then you're down to 3. Suddenly, then you're getting pinched between 2 teams. It can backfire pretty quickly. need to make decisions and some critical ones soon because the circle's just pushed away. They're now on the outskirts of it. Phase 7 going the way of Alter Ego. Alter Ego is actually in a really good position to probably go on and get a back-to-back win. Monk is the only team with 4 up. They're based on the south side position and potential pinch pressure from Orca, TERA, and Auglis. I'd be surprised if they walk away with 4 players alive by the end of this skirmish.
And Auglis, Mad Dog, taken out by Bad Ape. It's going to be Mark pocketing another point in the bag for them. 4 kill points so far. There's Auglis, only 2 players left, and they don't have the circle. Alter Ego, on the other hand, though, they have the circle, and now they're fighting for that middle spot. If they can eliminate Tantrip, it'll be perfect for them.
I mean, Tantrip's done a really good job. The old classic rain tank, you're down to 1 player, go center of the circle, pick up some placement points on a game where not much really went your way. Yeah, they got the 2 kill points. Yeah, try and pick up some extra placement points. Just stay in the picture, which is what he's really been able to do for the team. Only 11 points at the moment behind third, so they've still got 3 games to go. Molotov thrown out from Niku's. The fact that they were able to wound Auglis down to 2 players and Orca, TERA have not pushed up. It's pretty much gone as best possible for Monk in this situation. They have not been pinched. They got the initial knock. Another one as well. Bad Ape, of course, which is RIP. And with Nikos, they combine. They get the double kill. Monk have done that pretty comfortably. They're a little fortunate, again, that Orca, TERA never pushed up, never got aggressive, never tried to go for a third party. They just kind of took a little bit more space towards the middle. Same with Alter Ego. And that's something to now contend with moving forward for Monk. Yes, you got rid of Auglis. Yes, there's 5 teams left and you got 4 up. But you are now the ones out of position.
And with the fact that Auglis eliminated, this is a big chance for Vega to overtake them. And a very high chance that they can do that. Look at their position right now. They're all the way up north. No other teams are going to stop them there. A lot more focus into the middle right now with Tantrip in between Orca, TERA and Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, they are moving into the middle. They might bump into Tantrip soon.
I mean, Tantrip's been able to stay alive and unseen for this long. Might just be able to for a little bit longer. It does circle up onto him as well. I mean, great circle. Alter Ego played this well. Mana stayed back at the compound, probably playing on the roof, scouting out, getting information. Orca, TERA have played this pretty quiet, though. I mean, they've only got the 1 kill. 3 players might mean there's a reason why they haven't got overly aggressive and started to really sweep and go for third parties. But you're also in a lobby now where there's only 1 team that's got 4 up anyway. So it's certainly a viable option for them to be a little bit more aggressive. Not now, but maybe over the last 2 circle pops. And they're kind of just trying to already set up some self-made bunker here from Dip with the pickaxe behind the rock with the vehicle. I mean, this is a nice little fortified location for Phase 8, but once we go into Phase 9, it's irrelevant. So, like, I understand why he's doing this. I just don't think it's actually going to be used.
But I guess he's in the situation that, okay, as long as I can stay clear of other teams, like, I'll do whatever it takes. But let's see how long Tantrip can stay clear of teams, though. They still don't know that he's there. And as long as they don't know, he could be like the boogeyman when other teams start to fight each other.
Well, I mean, the lobby's just... I don't know what just happened there. I don't know if Niku's disconnected or something happened potentially. Technically, if he did DC, it is better to down him, pick him up, bring him with you, hope he gets back in rather than just leave him there. Yeah, we didn't quite get to see it. I was going to say as well, like the way that the lobby's turned into a lull is simply because you've got Alter Ego in the best spot and they've got Man that's just scouting out. Vega took a little bit of time to kind of gather themselves on the north side, so they're the first ones to make a move. And Orca, TERA have just been sitting here and waiting, and funnily enough, Dip, who spent all that time with the pickaxe, immediately went down. And then it's Monk that peek over the ridge onto Orca, TERA. There's the third party that Orca, TERA could have maybe done to Monk, and I elected not to. And it's a sure example here of why you don't always want to play so passively, because Orca, TERA have kind of just been sitting, happy to get to the late game. That's a nice little knock at least on to Unk, as Monk's push over the ridge has cost them. As they got involved, it opened them up to Alter Ego, and same with Vega. And so Vega and Alter Ego, the aggressors, guess what? Funny enough, it's the aggressors that are going to be in the better position.
And right now we're at phase number 9 with the circle that will close entirely. Nobody wants to spend even a second in this phase 9 circle. And here comes Kunyit as well. Looks like one of the players from Mok. Currently down and empty. He needs to find a bit of space to heal up. But then again, Alter Ego, they are coming in as well. They're going to start to push down to the top 4 teams here. 4 teams in phase 9. This is insane.
Yeah, and no one fully healthy now either. Alter Ego with the 3 players up are in the best position. Bad 8 with the elimination onto Teddy. Lovely nade from Tentrip, the solo. Well, you wait long enough, and suddenly being a solo isn't such a demise because everyone else around you is quite wounded, and you can certainly have an impact. Big frag grenade, that should connect. It doesn't onto Unk. Must have just got behind the tree in time. That looked close enough to do enough, because he was low on health as well. Bot, by the way, has been able to deal with Queen. And Tentrip, well, knows there's actually a very small chance he could win this game now. The early rank tank has benefited into the top 4, may even go for top 3, gets the bleed out onto Bad 8, more kills acquired for Happy Squad. By the way, as all of this has happened, Alter Ego are now in first place in the overall leaderboard as we head into the last 50 seconds here of Game 3. Tentrip finally eliminated. He goes down. Solo for Monk. Solo for Vega. 2 up for Alter Ego. Bot trying to see over the smoke using the TPP. Unk just gets into the UAZ. Pops out. Trick was ready for it though with the P90. So it's a 1v1 as Man goes down. Bot collects the kill. Trick comes out for the trade, and he times it nicely as Alter Ego will go for back-to-back chicken dinners. And a 21-point gap coming into tonight has already been evaporated. They are now in first place with 3 games to go.
Just after 2 games, that 21-point gap is out. My goodness, Alter Ego, 2 chicken dinners back to back with a lot of kill points to come together with it. And now they're currently on top. I'm pretty sure Shadow Esports, they won't be happy with that. They'll be looking for a big comeback in the next match. The next one is going to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, the night itself is shaped up to be huge. I mean, Shadow Esports haven't been playing bad by any means. 13 points they picked up. So, in theory, the 21-point gap plus the 13 points, that's 34 points in 2 games that needed to be overcome from Alter Ego. Well, if you go for back-to-back wins, you can certainly go and do that. As we head into the highlights, they are now in top spot.
Oof, this is a crazy one. And of course, there's a crazy circle as well. At some point, the circle was like kind of 50-50 at the northern side, but it ended up at the shipyard area, and that forced a lot of teams to rotate across. And it was very, very difficult, especially at the coastline where we had at least 4 teams at some point hugging down the coastline, trying to take out each other. And the one team that stood out was Vega Esports, survive among all those teams. So great work by them as well. Credit given to Vega Esports.
Yeah, I mean, good for Vega, and obviously that battle for 3rd spot continues to heat up as well. That's another storyline that we've been following, where there's enough teams that you've got to be pretty perfect tonight if you're going to finish in 3rd. Whoever does finish in 3rd, it's going to be a really big effort, because you see with Savage Men Esports, they came into tonight 77 points. 2 games in, they're only on 78. Had a rough 2 games to start tonight. Now, they're still going to be in and around the conversation, but the way that Auglers are playing, the way that Vega are playing, and they've got a lot to gain. The 2 teams that finished in the top 2 from week 1, finishing really strongly. Maybe not playing their absolute best PUBG over the course of Friday and Saturday, but they're coming home strong. And it also then sets them up nicely form-wise going into week 3. They're going to be 2 teams still to watch, along, of course, with Shadow Esports and Alter Ego. So very excited with the way it's shaping up for tonight.
Oh, absolutely, right? Absolutely. 2 different narratives for us to observe towards the end. And I'm pretty sure we'll go down to the last game, looking at how the current situation is and how the teams have been performing. And this final moment as well was really, really intense, especially when it came down to a 1v1v1. And it's always this kind of situation, right? Like, if you're the first team that moves, you have a bigger chance of actually losing this one. But then again, Alter Ego, they made the first move, but because of this shot by Bot to try to secure that kill point, he revealed his position, and that allowed Alter Ego to finish up the job.
Yeah, I mean, he makes the right play. You've got to go. It's a 1v2, so you get that knock. You probably want to get the flush, at least guarantee the point. But I think that Trick was just switched on. He knew that he had to get the instant trade. If he doesn't and he allows Aimbot to reposition, then the ability to win that 1v1 is going to be naturally lessened, especially if Aimbot can fall back, play the tree. Really, really good game. I mean, the circle, of course, helped out. I mean, it was a fun circle on Tago. 50-50 river split phase 1. Ended up then phase 2, pretty similar. And then phase 3, big shift over towards Shipyard, which, you kind of look at the teams that were on that Northwest Island initially to begin with. How did they kind of fare? Unfortunately, none of them really did too well, except, funnily enough, Happy Squad. They had the 10-trip solo rank tank where it just went center circle. Happy Squad were, of course, one of those teams. They had that battle with SavageMen Esports, trying to come around that Yongxion bridge. And as we know, for SavageMen Esports, well, they picked up no points. They had to go to the boat, went to Lighthouse, then just got, pretty much swept up. Team Newbies didn't really get a whole lot to go for them. Shadow Esports, for the standards that we expect from them, didn't have a great game. So all of those teams that made that call to go to the Northwest Island based on phase 1, stayed there phase 2, didn't end up having a big game. The teams that were, though, on the mainland ended up having a big game. We saw that from Alter Ego. Vega, Monk as well had a pretty good match. As we look at the match leaderboard, 22 points for Alter Ego, 21 from Vega has now put them firmly in that third place position based on this performance with their 15 kills, second place finish. Big game from Monk, and they did have a disconnect, by the way. Confirmed it with Nikos at the end of that game, hence the team kill. They tried to knock him, grab him, bring him into the circle, hope he could reconnect. Unfortunately, he did reconnect, but then fortunately, he did reconnect, and then unfortunately, he disconnected again. So they went down to 3 players inadvertently. And yeah, due to the rank tank, 4 placement points and a kill point, or maybe even 2 kill points from 10-trip, picked up the majority of the points for Happy Squad. As we go to the total leaderboard, it is a 9-point gap for Alter Ego. So from a 21-point deficit to a 9-point lead, just like that, in 2 games. It goes to show in PUBG, you look at something more similar to that. Well, Monk, 20 points behind third. Alter Ego just did it in 2 games. Why couldn't Monk in the next 3?
Yeah, absolutely, right. I believe that's like a form of inspiration as well to all the other teams to like, hey, don't give up. Who knows? With the 3 more games today, anything can happen. And it's their chance to push through. As long as there's still games, there's still an opportunity for them to really climb back up. But great work here by Alter Ego, opening up their day with the first 2 chicken dinners in 2 different maps. So that is amazing work there by Alter Ego. But Shadow Esports, surely they'll be looking for a comeback here in the following round. So that's something that we want to observe. What kind of strategy will Shadow Esports do to come back in terms of points?
I think that Shadow need to focus on late game. Now, the first 2 games, they've been getting themselves into early fights. They had the cushion. They had the 21-point gap. Clearly, though, they've got to start going for these late game finishes. It's a little reminder of when you look at what Alter Ego are doing, they're playing safe early on. You just don't even really see them for the first 15 minutes. They get themselves into good positions. They play the late game. They know, yes, they can frag. They can take team fights. But they're getting themselves into the late game where those team fights matter a lot more and they have the ability to get placement points along with their kill points. We're going to go to a short break, though, as we are done with our first 2 matches. When we do come back, though, we kick things off again on Rondo.
For me, it's very hard transitioning from FPP to TPP. We are still, adapting, learning the TPP. I think it's a different game now. We value team play more. I'm happy that we got Mad Dog. He gives us like a staple in the team. So in that part, he eases the gameplay.
I think playing 4 weeks of tournament relieves a lot of pressure since you can play more games. And overall, the luck factor will be lessened. So it's good for the tournament itself.
For me, I think we're very confident. I stopped playing PUBG for 3 years and then came back. We went to TPP mode. Then early this year, we started grinding. We started practicing more. And then I think that built up confidence, even though I haven't played any tournament for a long time, but I trusted these guys to pull it off, and then I also trusted myself to go back and compete. I think we're very confident for the next 3 weeks. Although, yeah, there's a patch. The gameplay will be different a little bit, but we will try to adapt. I mean, we've been playing PUBG, which is the new patch, for quite a while, so we should be confident to go through the next 3 weeks. Thank you.
we just go chill and play together. Maybe just trust our teammates.
Yeah, I think we're very comfortable. I mean, we've been playing with each other since the PUBG tournaments, and then even from the start, me and CJ have been playing from the start to compete. We're also comfortable with each other since I know these guys can compete well. I mean, they can perform in tough situations. Especially me, I want to go back to playing LAN events like PGC or any other LAN events. Last year, I think it was PNC, and I've seen CJ and Calbs. They competed for Philippines, and I just missed the LAN tournaments. I mean, the feelings of being in LAN tournaments, yeah. Thanks to our family who are supporting our friends. We are still orgless, so if anyone's looking for, we are open.
I'm thanking my friends and my family for supporting me and the team. I hope you guys still support us through the next 3 weeks.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Well, no surprise. Again, it's heating up on the final night, as it did last week for week 1. It's doing so again here for week 2 of the PUBG Master Series. Shadow Esports have seen that top spot be vacated to Alter Ego. Back-to-back chicken dinners, Cloud. They've put themselves in the #1 spot with 3 games to go. But have they made their run a little too early? Shadow Esports, we know they're more than capable of getting back into that top spot.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And especially with the fact that they are capable of bringing in a lot of kill points per round. So they'll be looking to probably do that again after this. Like, okay, let's go for kill points, but let's also not make those silly mistakes. That's how they did in Erangel when they went a little bit overboard in chasing one of the players from Unlucky, and they got unlucky themselves. So I'm sure that they would have been like, okay, now that the game is on again, Alter Ego caught up to them, they will bring out their A game.
Well, I mean, they have to bring out their A game because right now Alter Ego are bringing out their S+ game. Back-to-back chicken dinners, and they've picked up a decent amount of kill points with those wins as well. I mean, as I said, it's not like Shadow Esports have just not even arrived to the party. They got the 10 kills in the first game. They picked up 3 in the second game. So that's 13 points. across 2 games, which is a little bit below the average that you would typically see from teams that finish in the top spot after 15 matches, but only a small margin. You know, it just goes to show how big of a performance that we've seen from Alter Ego so far tonight. And this is usually what we say when we talk about point gaps, and we say, oh, a team needs to, go and get 2 wins or have a big night. It's because when we see it happen, it's usually how it happens, right? And a great case example here with Alter Ego, just straight out, okay, well, 21 point coming into tonight, Shadow have a normal night, that might be enough. Well, no, it might not be enough, because clearly Alter Ego beyond what you would expect in a normal night. But it can change quickly. What happens if Alter Ego now have a quiet game, Shadow have a big game? Shadow Esports had a 30-point game themselves back on night 1. So they have the ability to go and have a huge pop-off game. I don't think they're too worried about a 9-point gap, 3 matches to go. But obviously, they're going to have to step up their game if Alter Ego continue to play at this level. Better from Monk. Unfortunately, Nikas had that disconnect at the end of the game. They tried to save him and salvage it, but still picked up 13 points in the match and staying within the race to try and go for at least 3rd. I mean, you aim for 3rd, and if you finish 4th or 5th, still ends up being a decent week for them. I think we haven't seen the best from Monk across the first 2 weeks, and they're going to have to start showing it pretty soon if they're going to challenge going into week 3 and 4. And August, Vega, those 2 from week 1, of course, that finished in the top 2, starting to really perform to close out on night 3, week 2.
Yeah, so a lot of narratives here as well. It's whether the 3rd, 4th finish or the 1st and 2nd finish, and the fight will continue on here inside of Rondo. 3rd last game for tonight. Rondo is definitely going to be hard for sure. Odd drops, well, maybe that's not going to be the trend, especially with how PUBG is nowadays. But still, the trend is the top 2 teams there. They can come up with an exciting game for us for sure. Shadow Esports might be going for more kill points, so that's something we want to observe. Shadow Esports, if they go around on a team hunt, then other teams will need to be careful of them.
So we look at the statistics of Rondo so far throughout the PUBG Master Series. No surprise to see the 3 orgs at the top. Augurless is not an org, but they are technically have org in their name. Alter Ego, Shadow Esports, the 3 teams that have been doing exceptionally well across the first 2 weeks of the PUBG Master Series typically do well on Rondo as well. The teams that maybe haven't been doing as well on other maps, Orca, TERA, and GameStart Win, this seems to be where they do perform quite well on Rondo, and this ends up being a bit of a turning point in the night. Match 3 really sets up then going into the last 2 games. What are the point gaps? What are the margins? Who's not playing well? Who is playing well? By the end of Rondo, it's a lot more clear as to what teams need going into the more staple maps of Miramar and Erangel to close the night and the week as well. As we've kind of been touching on for Shadow Esports, they've been playing well. Can they get to late game situations though? So far tonight, they haven't been able to get into a late game situation. They haven't been able to go deep, get placement points. And while I wouldn't say that's entirely what's cost them, I don't think anything has cost them other than their opponent is playing really well. Hot drop as ATO Esports go 2 down immediately. Kia and Gobs just straight up get annihilated by the PX of Luna, who then gets a 3rd as well onto Lolba, and Bolang's by himself now. It's been a tremendous job here for Unlucky as they're in the bottom 3, and the team that's in the bottom spot of the leaderboard may stay there a little longer.
And Bolang now needs to escape. Should be able to find an exit behind though, but he's going to go for it. Okay, he does have a UMP, pretty decent weapon, but though not the most clutchable weapon. But S12K, okay, S12K, very clutchable weapon, and he wants to take advantage of it. If he can rush in time, then maybe he can come up with something. But we're talking about going up against the entire squad here, so it's not the easiest of tasks.
Not the easiest of tasks, but one that you're going to have to try and do. Otherwise, it's going to be dead last. Does get 1 and should go for the flush. He may as well, but couldn't. Unfortunately, was quickly set upon by Sunnyside Up. ATO Esports out in last. For the team that's unfortunately sitting last on the leaderboard. A rough week for ATO. It's really unfortunate to see. They didn't have a great week 1 either. They were in the bottom 5, finished 12th, 68 points. But it's a big drop off to be at 17 points with just 2 games to go now compared to where they were at last week. Last week, they were at least a little bit more of a contest. They were able to have some decent matches. They had a game where they finished second with 11 kills. They had a game where they won with 8 kills. Unfortunately, just nothing along the lines of that in week 2.
Well, it looks like the fight in this map is not over yet. Here we have Sync here from the side. Almost got that knock. His opponent Bombay is still alright for now. On the inside, we have Kunyit all alone, and Kunyit rushed down, immediately gets tagged. And now for TERA, they're down to 2 active players now. Well, Bombay is still alive, but he's not healing up. I guess he's out of healing utilities, but nevertheless, Bombay, very low on health, easily tagged there, leaving only 1 player left for TERA.
Oh, TERA just completely wiped out ZSHN, make that quick and clean, and it's a rough start for a few teams on Rondo, but a great start for ZSHN, great start for Unlucky. Both of them making it very clean as well is the biggest thing. Sometimes you see these teams take these fights very early on, like within the first 5 minutes, and you'll see a team, get wiped out, but they at least take someone with them, leave the winning team, if you will, with 3 players up. A bit different in modern PUBG, of course, with the blue chip tower, but it's nice that at least you don't even have to worry about that. Change up your rotate paths and things. You can just get a nice clean 4 kills, 4 players up, loot up. You've got some extra loot. Your helmets and your vests are pretty clean because it was a very clean fight. So those are some big results, especially for ZSHN. Like that just temporarily now puts them above August, and just how close that really is. From 9th to 3rd, it's incredibly close. As we had those fights, it did delay our man of the match segment, which was Queen this time around. It was man back in the first game. And once again, another Alter Ego member off of that win. 6 kills, a decent amount of damage as well, and a solid performance from Alter Ego and Queen.
Absolutely solid performance, right, by Alter Ego. Scoring 2 chicken dinners back to back. And of course, it's also nice to see there's not like that one player that really stands out for Alter Ego. It almost feels like everyone's pulling their own weight. And because of that, right now they're sitting at number 1. And they're not overly dependent on to one player. So that's great. Alter Ego, they somehow have found that balance between the 4 players to everyone play their role really well.
Well, I mean, that's really what the best teams usually going to bring to the table. And that's why when you see, damage leaderboards and kill leaderboards, you'll typically see maybe 2 from the team that ends up winning the week, at least 2. And it's not like the 3rd and 4th players that far behind either. I mean, you kind of look at the numbers here actually for Vega Esports, team in 3rd right now, 91 points. And even they've got a pretty healthy spread. I'm Bot, Tade, Empty, all pretty much putting up the same damage dealt, same kills. Like usually what you're going to see, at least a guarantee that 3 players are pretty much around the same level. As Monty has a chance here on to Nico's old friends and old rivals. And Nico's just turns the task here at the right time, and Monty will be disappointed he wasn't able to confirm that kill. Never easy with the spray. I mean, even from that distance, moving vehicle, it's never a guarantee, but certainly an opportunity there for Monty goes astray. He's been the best so far for Happy's squad. Of course, it was Tentrip in the previous game that picked them up at the majority of the points with his rank tank to get into the end of that match. Monty's got to be a little careful, though, now, because you've maybe missed your opportunity. You don't want to stick around, keep taking that fight. Obviously, Monk now aware as Jexy with the Panzer. That just misses out. Well, Monk have had issues on their rotates throughout the PUBG Master Series. They're getting some fortune here on Rondo. I would say over the course of the first 2 weeks, oh my goodness, they've just flipped over the hill as well. Over the first 2 weeks, they absolutely lose at least 2 players in those 2 different fights. This time they've lost no one. So they get a reprieve. They get a bit of luck. They've struggled with their rotates. They've had real big issues with that across all of the maps. And I don't know if it's just unlucky or the way that they're rotating, but they get a bit fortunate here.
Oof, that was a really close one, though. If that Panzer hit, then it's a totally different story for them. But ZSHN, fortunately for Sly Fox, he's bleeding out right now. His teammates nowhere close. And surely Zen Esports will pick up that point. There you go. It's locked in by Kens. Speak about Zen, looking across the kill points of their team, pretty balanced, I must say. But then again, for Zen, unfortunately, they are not able to really be consistent enough to bring in those points, whether it's by placements or by kill points, and that's why they're struggling now down there. Also one of those teams that will look forward to week number 3, and for the rest of the day today, it's going to be more of a workout for them.
Yeah, so minute 40 until phase 2. Didn't really touch too much on the circle, just the south side circle, 90% land. It's going to be fine. Rondo typically can play that way. Plenty of space, so you can then see a little bit more of this fighting because you don't have to rush too much. I mean, you're going to get really anything you want in phase 1 and play off the phase 2 circle pop anyway. Now, Vega, 7 points clear of Zanchin, who just lost a player. Auglis, an 8-point gap. So it's still really fine margins heading into the last couple of games tonight. Decision-making is going to be so paramount, making sure that you don't overinvest in the wrong fights or over-rotate, going into bad positions. Just got to try and, at this point, just play safe. Play your game. Obviously, know when to get aggressive and when the right times are. Kind of using TERA as an example from the last game. I just felt like they were a little too passive, let the pressure come to them, and then they got overwhelmed. They had an opportunity, a third-party Monk, opted not to take it. And then what we saw was the two teams that were aggressive in Vega and Alter Ego, they benefited. They were on the front foot. They were active. They were taking the fights on their terms. So it's just all about making sure that you make the right decisions and the right shot calls. 30 seconds until phase 2. Zanchin coming in very late from the blue. Same with Zen, Alter Ego, and Unlucky around Jadina City. NRG near Rinjiang over towards the southwest part of the circle. But there's pretty much no teams in the southwest part of the circle as we get the overview.
Yep, and a lot of teams currently in the circle, but there's also a lot of teams on the outside. Even RZRZ, look how far he is. Not only himself, but from his team. But the good news for them is that not many gatekeepers for now, but that narrative might change now that the circle have shifted dead straight into the middle. And there's not much space to play with the amount of teams currently in phase 2 circle as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the phase 2 circle in Rondo, more often than not, is going to maintain a lot of space. We spoke about this night 1 this week as well, was unless you get a bit of an iffy circle around any of the river parts, 90% of the time, you're not going to really see too much funkiness with Rondo, even on the shifts. And there's a lot of compounds. It's just littered with compounds. You've got tree lines. It's a very safe map. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have its fights. I think you probably see more fighting on Rondo than you do even Miramar, to be honest. Even if there's a decent amount of safe positions. So Danqing here, as you can see on the minimap where Xmen Esports are located, little 2-2 split, very minor, not too far away from each other, maintaining center point of the circle. So really good early position for Xmen Esports. Been speaking about them as similar to Shadow, very aggressive team, good in the team fights, just got to get to the late game. Started tonight on 77 points. They've now dropped to 6th. Obviously not that far away from Vega and Zanchin and those teams above them, but they probably need to get back to where they usually can pick up the most amount of their points, which is a deep late game finish and then frag out.
Now we get a better view of the current phase of the circle. Looking at our main suspects here, Alter Ego on the right side or the outside of the circle. Well, they can still choose to rotate up north or cut across the bridge, something that they'll need to decide. But on screen, it's going to be NRG trying to stop Team Newbies from coming in. And Team Newbies, they're going to take the right side. NRG's going to take the left, so I don't think they will continue on. But oh, they got Crazy Dog on the road now.
And Crazy Dog eliminated by Anarchy as Unforgiven got the knockdown. Unfortunate for Team Newbies, just haven't... Oh, so not unfortunate for Team Newbies. Fortunate for Team Newbies as they haven't really got going again this week. But sometimes just getting that little rotate kill can give you a little bit of dopamine and just make you feel a little bit better, and that can translate into a better game. And Esports at the bottom 4 and aggressed upon by Vega. Mando actually driving on over close by. Alter Ego, this would be a very fascinating fight. Just taken the top spot. They've been playing rather safe in the first 2 games. We basically don't see them at all until maybe the 20-minute mark at best. But with the way that they've kind of rotated here on Rondo, I do get the sense of feeling they're going to have to do a little bit more fighting earlier on in this game. They're in a pretty bad position. Still got to cross the river. They're already in the blue. By no means is this a life-threatening game for them where they're in just such a bad position they can't make it work. But they're going to have to definitely try and think their way through this. Right now, they just want to pressure Vega, force them away. Vega are out in the open, so it's not a position where for Vega they can just comfortably gatekeep Alter Ego. Alter Ego still have the ability to rotate in the blue, even into phase 3. You should have the med supply to be able to go for a deep blue rotate. But if this goes to like the south or southwest, man, Alter Ego are going to be in some strife.
And right now they're looking at the possibility of rotating up north, sending Queen to scouts. Let's see where the circle will go.
Oh, they get a good circle.
Okay, slightly up north, so it's good for Alter Ego.
They needed something where they didn't have to over-rotate for a super long period of time. If it had gone really to the south side of the map, not having access to the eastern side because of the Jadina City water meant that they would have had a really long rotate path, but that northern circle gives them a really good position to actually get into this phase 3 circle now. So they've already stopped shooting at Vega, got into their vehicles. Queen went first, scouted out. Zen Esports with the trio around the blue chip tower on the north side of the circle are the only ones that are going to be remotely close by to Alter Ego. 2-2 split for Happy Squad as well. And still a good circle for those teams around Danqing, which there are quite a few teams circling around that area in the center point of the circle. And while it's not a center up, it did go slightly to the north. It has kept the majority of the center teams from phase 2 still in a very good position for this phase 3 circle. So I'm not expecting any of those teams to move. It's the south side. The south side of the circle is littered with teams that need to make decisions as to how they want to get into this phase 3 circle, because there's not really deep center positions they can just drive into and cross past a few teams. They might be forced to play edge and take these fights, which is going to be very dangerous because there's like, I think, a solid 7 teams from a quick glance that are outside of the circle towards the south.
And Zanshin just evaded NRG. Not interested to take that fight. It's a smart move, I would say. NRG now they have the high ground advantage, so they have vantage point against other teams, including GSW, just close to them. They should be okay here, but then again, they're on the outside of the circle. Time for them to move as well. Phase 3 it is. Oculus, on the other hand, nice safe and sound in the circle, and they know that ARMR is in front of them. So a little bit of information there for them to decide their next move.
Alter Ego just went deep center towards Danqing. Of course, coming in from the outside of the circle, they probably didn't have a lot of information, so they're just going to send it, hope for the best. These are the kind of moves, though, that the top teams will typically make. They'll back themselves in, pretty much set a key position that they think should be open, which is the outskirts of the main city, which it is. They're going to be they're a little susceptible to the 2-2 splits of Happy Squad and Savagemen Esports, but it seems as if they've actually found a pretty safe location. And it'll be good to kind of see how their game goes after what was a pretty good rotate from Alter Ego being one of the teams out into the blue. Team Newbies and GSW towards the south end of this circle, and Unlucky are close by as well, but they did get a player knocked from Savagemen Esports, third partying from a distance at their compound, and Sunnyside Up has ended up dying, but Team Newbies wiped out by game start win. So the bottom 2 eliminated pretty quickly here on Rondo. Happy days, though, for GSW. They'll get the revive on a Xeno. And Luna, though, and Unlucky may sense an opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Has been able to confirm that knock into an elimination, as NRG are going to leave through the pickup, but it's only Crazy Dog that's actually taken that one.
Wait, Alter Ego.
And Ozzy on a glider that's about to blow up.
Ooh. Okay. Lands on the outside, but lucky for him, he's clear from the other teams. It's just that now he will be on foot to try to get into the circle. His teammates are rather far away, but he sees the opportunity here against NRG from this high ground, tapping away with a Mini 14. Almost getting his target, though. Not able to land enough shots towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, even with an 8 times, sometimes like look at how far away that is. It only looks a little bit more achievable when he actually zooms in because he's got an 8x scope, but those shots are not easy to land. And for RZRZ, every time he shoots, NRG is just going to sit in the bunker. But what this allows is maybe for Sync to push up, but ARMR Esports off into the distance are lighting him up, somewhat protecting NRG inadvertently from ARMR Esports. As August now, because of the fact that Zanshin elected to make this play, it's opened up the western side of the circle. August get into their vehicles. They go towards the center. They've actually gone straight onto Alter Ego. Well, not onto them, but just straight past them. In fact, yeah, straight onto them. They've gone right into this trap that Alter Ego have laid. SavageMan Esports also wanted to get involved. This has gone horribly wrong for August. They overextended to go for a center point part of this circle rather than playing the edge, which would have been out in the open. So I can understand why they made this decision. Unfortunately, just lost 2 straight away on the entry.
And SavageMan Esports now in action against Oculus. Between these two teams, they are fighting for the top 4 spots. Oceania on the inside. Oh,
wow, that's a big fight win for SavageMan Esports. So down a player, but you get rid of August. You're only 1 point behind them. It's been a big game from Zanshin, but they're in a pretty poor spot on the south side of the circle. But if they can win the fight against ARMR Esports, that's going to really set them up for this game. And the storylines continue to develop for the same teams. Those teams battling for third, the top 2, you know, haven't really made a move just yet in terms of fighting, but Alter Ego made that really big rotate. As you can see on the minimap where they sit, they had to push past like 4 teams to get there, got there comfortably, and then haven't overextended, haven't got aggressive. As Shadow Esports are pretty close by to them in the city of Danxing.
And they're trying to get Sean.
Oh, it's a big nade. Oh, that landed right on his head.
Nice one by Asu there. And because of that, they cleared the rooftop guy, and that will allow them to move forward.
Well, that was not a bad nade attempt either from Ken's, by the way. He's throwing that from across the other side of the compound. It doesn't connect, but he won't know how close it really was. Phase 5 circle pop. And this is going to be quite big if it doesn't stay around this city point where a lot of the safe locations are. And as it has popped, it's centered up right on top of SavageMan Esports. And the location that August tried to crash for good reason in the end, as Zanshin are doing a decent job here against ARMR Esports. Remember, Zanshin only had the 3 players, and they've now put themselves into a 3v3 by getting rid of Cherry. 7 kills already, 4 points behind Vega, so they've been able to close that gap, leapfrog a couple of teams such as August and SavageMan Esports. Catch a suspect, just getting a little bit too aggressive near the Darcia coming out from that bowl. Easy flush for RZRZ. It's been a really good game for Zanshin.
From Zanshin, so far so good. 8 kill points so far, and they're looking for more. They probably can hit the double digit here. They can eliminate ARMR, but ARMR, Dusky down. Points still can be picked up, but Akosire, oh, now he's the last man standing for Zanshin. All of a sudden, because of other teams around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not ideal for Zanshin. They'll feel a little bit hard done by. They were doing so well in that fight, and then just the case of the open area terrain, unlucky nearby. Monk had a little bit of vision on it. Akasare goes down. ARMR Esports are in a bad spot now, even though they've technically been able to stay alive. Unlucky, I think, are going to close in on their position. Yeah, there you go. Double kill nade from Vevan. And so they get eliminated anyway, down to 9 teams. Monty and Happy Squad 4 up towards the late game. This needs to be a big one for them to stay in that battle for the 3rd spot. They lose Elgin Bots, though, to Savior and Upchen. Aimbot wins the battle against Monty. Thought Monty had him on toast. He did not. Aimbot with the quick reaction. And Happy Squad are just quickly eliminated from 4 players standing to dead in about the span of 40 seconds. That was way too quick for a team that needed to pick up points to stay in the race for 3rd. They only got the 3 kill points from this game.
And right now, looking at the overall charts, Vega Esports is still in the game, though with 1 kill point, but there's still a lot of room for them to gain more points here. SavageMan Esports on their tail. Whereas between Alter Ego and Shadow Esports have been pretty quiet as well. They are in the circle, they have a compound, so they don't have a big reason to really find fights. But speaking about Alter Ego and Shadow Esports, Setsuna would have loved to get that knock.
Yeah, and I don't want to open up this can of worms because we're down to the last 8 teams anyway, so the likelihood is Alter Ego and Shadow will both pick up some points, or at least one of them will. But if there is a world where they both get nothing extra from here and Vega get like a 20-point game, it would give them the smallest of chances then going into the last 2 games to still fight for top 2. This is their last chance, really. They need to hope that Alter Ego and Shadow get nothing else in this game, which I fail to see that happening. considering they're both close by to each other. At least one of those two, I think, will pick up some decent points from this match as we get the phase 6 circle a little bit out towards the northeast, right on top of the compound of Vega, by the way. So that's a big help for Vega. This could be a really big game from them. They just need to hope that Alter Ego and Shadow kind of take each other out, both not really pick up a lot of extra points, and then Vega go and have at least a 20-point game. That could close the gap just enough where if they can then win the last 2 games, they could potentially do a leapfrog. Xeno gets rid of the solo God XP for NRG, down to 7 teams.
7 teams and Shadow Esports on the outside of the circle right now. Alter Ego can stop them from coming in. And if they can do that, eliminate Shadow Esports, Alter Ego can pull away at the top. Now, on the other side, we do have Monk also looking to come in, but that road is just not helping them at all. But if the commotion between Alter Ego and Shadow Esports starts, then Monk would have that space to cut across.
Yeah, I mean, Monk's got a good opportunity here in this game to just pick up some kill points towards the back end. They've got 4 players alive. And so does Shadow and Alter Ego. So those 3 teams with 4 up are all close by to each other. And then the other one is Vega at the compound, who aren't going to push out, not at this point. But they might have the ability from that position to maybe third party from a distance. Is unlucky. I do wonder whether they're going to go straight in towards game start win, apparently, with the Panzerfaust out as well. That's just going to block the BRDM. Got out of it, though, in time. Good little seat swapping here from Show. Played that as well as he possibly could as Luna goes down. Goni 2 quickly going to follow. Good shot from Jing. Only Fevin left. Throws out a nade, and he actually ends up dying to the nade of Xeno. That's a quick little squad wipe for game start win as they get rid of Unlucky coming in late. A much better game, though, from Unlucky with 7 kills into the top 8, too. That's a good performance. Game start win putting in a good performance as well, just to try and maintain a top 7 position. Nades now coming over onto Alter Ego, and this is a big one. The top 2 teams, this is huge. Shadow need to be the ones that come out the better side of this and eliminate Alter Ego. This is as big as it could possibly be heading into the last 2 games after this. Setsuna, lovely push in, but traded. Tede, it's Vega that are also going to third party from a distance. Monk might also start to get involved. There's a fair likelihood that both of these top 2 teams could be out pretty quickly. It's just a matter of who can pick up the most kill points. I don't think either of these 2 teams are going to walk away from this one safe. Shadow got 3 kills, but so does Alter Ego. So far, they've both been trading blows, but it ends in a draw. It's a little bit of a stalemate, and that's perfect for Vega.
Oh, and obviously Vega, they want that 3rd spot for themselves as well, so they wouldn't mind picking up those points. Anyway, now Trick, right in front of Hansi. He sees Hansi though with the TPP, but he's not pulling the trigger yet. Waiting for the next piece of Circle. Circle goes towards the middle. Nobody is in it. Trick and Hansi, we need to finish the score now.
And this is what I was talking about at the start of the night. So Vega's playing this optimally for a 3rd place finish. If they wanted to play it suboptimally, to try and wipe the lobby, catch up to the top 2, you've got to get aggressive and you've got to go for it. I don't think it's the right play. I think the gap is just far too much with 2 games after this. But if they wanted to go for it, they would have to do it now. But it's just not the right play. I don't think you're catching the top 2. Play safe, play for 3rd. And I think that's overall the better decision. And yeah, in the end, Shadow and Alter Ego, not too much of a surprise that this has ended up as close as it has been, because they're the top 2 teams for a reason. There's clearly not a lot of separation in terms of skill. And Trick and Alter Ego, of course, this is better for them that it's ended up in a stalemate, having already got that little gap to Shadow. So for Shadow, they kind of needed to win this fight, not give over any kills, wipe them out, keep a couple players up. So Shadow, in my mind, yes, technically Hansi does get that kill, and he does stay alive. I mean, that actually ends up being pretty big. You get the kill point and the placement point, closest the gap to 7. He might not get much more from this game, but at the very least for Shadow, they do end up winning the fight, even if not by a large margin.
And Shadow Esports, yeah, at least it's something for them to keep up pace without the ego. But Vega Esports, right now, they're the highlight team to lock in that 3rd place with the fact that Zenshin was eliminated. But Sandwichman Esports, they're doing not too bad as well. We're talking about 6 kill points as of now. And who knows, if they can come up big and if they can eliminate Vega Esports quickly, they could overtake Vega.
This could be big for Hansi, the solo, because right now on the north side, you've got Vega taking on Monk, and on the south side, you're going to have GameStart Win and SavageMen Esports fighting each other. So Hansi as the solo can maybe just slip by, go undetected, pick up some extra placement points, try and get to the super late game like Phase 9, and then as a solo, maybe still have a chance to win. So I wouldn't completely count him out unless he gets spotted. If he gets spotted, then it's a higher likelihood that he will get eliminated. Great knockdown. It's actually Hansi that also gets one onto bad 8. Monk get eliminated. Hansi picks up 2 of them. That could be critical in the grand scheme of things. It's a big play from Hansi. Now, his position is known most likely to Vega, potentially even SavageMen Esports, but there might not be a lot that either of those two teams can do about it directly right here, right now, especially as Xmen have got to deal with GSW knocking on the front door. Xeno knocked down by Lunlun on the backside of that building. Jing now to come over, provide some cover. I don't know if they can go for this res. Show is healing quite a distance back. That nade is not quite going to be the one to finish the job. Xeno's been picked up, moved over, and Jing will go for the res. Show now coming over.
And UpChen down, thanks to the molly by Jing. The rest of SavageMen Esports, Xavier's going in. And Lunlun just needs to keep an eye on GSW. Right now, GSW, they're in a desperate situation. The blue will close it onto them soon. They're trying to find an opening here. If they can get another knock, it's a definite rush for them. But UpChen is back up again.
And while this is happening, Vega are just kind of scoping out the north side. I think they've looted the bodies of Monk, getting some extra utility. Jing, lovely nade on to Savior. This is now your push time. 3v2 in favor of GSW. UpChen trying to go for the heel. Lovely little angle pick there with the TPP camera from UpChen. Hansi's been eliminated, by the way, while this is happening. Shadow out in 4th. It's a 4-point gap. And Vega now should be winning this game. Especially with the fact that Xmen and GSW are putting each other to the sword. Show with a double kill onto Lunlun and Xavier with that molly. TERA comes in. Vega want to try and clean up as much as they can. It's not going to be the biggest kill win for Vega, although it is still only a 3v2. GSW in a pretty bad position. It's going to take something miraculous for Jing and Show to win from that spot as they push out. They're just pushing into the firing line. For Vega Esports, fairly likely this will end up as a potentially 5-kill win, dying to the blue at the end for GSW. It's a win, though, for Vega. Really good performance. In the end, that compound that they were playing out on the eastern side of the circle paid dividends as they get the chicken dinner for Game 3 here on Rondo. The gap to the top 2 spots, likely too much for them. I think with 2 games to go, would take something extraordinary. But it does now set them up nicely, Cloud, for 3rd place. They can hold on to this with 2 games to go.
Yes, and we can see the relief in the face of the players of Vega Esports after scoring that chicken dinner. They know that, okay, we're good guys right now at 3rd place. But then again, the job is not over yet because there's 2 more games to go. And mathematically, it's still possible for other teams to catch up to Vega. So they still need to keep the pace. And if at least they found their formula again to okay, how to win games. If not win games, at least try to survive as long as possible, pick up a few kill points along the way, and keep themselves abreast at 3rd place.
Yeah, 100%. I think for Vega, they've been really good over the first 2 weeks. They would have been a little disappointed maybe with the first 2 nights here for week 2, just based on the fact that they're clearly in contention to be a team that can win the entirety of the PUBG Master Series when it's all said and done through the 4 weeks. So when you've got those kind of expectations, then you got different metrics that you're going to follow compared to other teams. But clearly tonight they've been far and away better, deserve the win. Again, I don't see a world in which they're going to challenge the top 2 with just 2 games to go. There's still going to be something like 35, 40 points behind. That kind of margin is typically unreachable in 2 matches, barring the 0.1% extraordinary circumstances that certainly can happen in a game like PUBG. But I think they'd be pretty satisfied even if they do end up finishing in that 3rd place. Of course, they missed out on the full 100 points back in week 1. Arguably on their overall form, I think they definitely could have deserved to get that. But, that's still 80 points from week 1. If they can finish 3rd, that's 60 points. That's 140 points and puts them in a solid position going into the last 2 weeks. So holding on to 3rd place still ends up as a big result for Vega if they can do it by the end of tonight.
Yeah, and the contention also has to take into consideration that the fact that Alter Ego and Shadow Esports, both of these teams still doing pretty okay though it's not a top 4 finish for them in this round, but then again, it's still a decent amount of points collected thanks to the kill points and also a couple of place-on points to come together with it. So the battle for the top 2 is still between the two of them. Vega Esports, yeah, I don't think they will be any part of that. But then again, their battle is going to be different. Their battle is going to be up against Zanshin, Savageman Esports, Oplus, maybe even Happy Squad, depending on how big they can come up with in the next few rounds.
Yeah, and as we just saw on the highlights, that was a fun little battle between Alter Ego and Shadow Esports in this game. PUBG's kind of funny game. Sometimes you have, when you do have the 2-horse races, which typically happens in PUBG, but they don't always meet in the battlefield, certainly 4-on-4. And so to be able to get that was really fun, and that certainly could have dictated the overall race. I'd say it kind of ended in a little bit of a draw, but Shadow did technically win it out, 4 kills to 3. From there, they got an extra placement point, and then that just kind of closed the gap back down to 4 from memory with 2 games to go. So it was 9 going into the game, brought it down to 4. 4 points, as we know in PUBG, is basically may as well be 0 going into the last 2 matches. But it's great for us as viewers and those following, because with 2 games left, the point differential is basically nothing. Still got that battle for third, but Vega now with a little bit of a gap. And then, of course, it's not like, well, the battle for third or nothing. I mean, technically, when you kind of look at the PMS rankings, 4th place and 5th place, you still get 50 points. So if you're in that kind of 6 to 10 range, you're still going to benefit from trying to at least get 4th and 5th as well. So all of those little micro battles will continue heading into Miramar after this. A much better performance for Game Start win. Again, I said it before, they've shown brilliances, flashes of it. They just don't seem to do it often enough to compete with the best teams. Savageman Esports, decent game, 8 kills, keeps them in a good position. And yeah, Shadow Esports just getting a little bit extra over Alter Ego to keep that gap close.
Yeah, so that also means that the race will be tight even in the next round as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. And of course, what's the fun thing about this round is that Shadow Esports versus Alter Ego, literally inside the game itself. That was a good fun fight to watch there. And because they met during the later phases, that also meant that other teams like Vega, Long Range had to butt in as well, and that kind of changed the course of that fight. But at the end of the day, it was Shadow Esports who came up with a brilliant win against not only Alter Ego, but also surviving long enough to gain a few more extra points. Now, looking over at the match leaderboard, yes, GSW 16, Vega 15, Savageman Esports 13, which is pretty okay. Shadow Esports 10, and Alter Ego 5. So the Alter Ego, yeah, they need to really take care of their back.
Yeah, they certainly do. I think that for GSW to pick up the 16 points is a really good showcase from them, what they can do in games as we go to the overall leaderboard. And yeah, I mean, Alter Ego 4 points. Again, you may as well just put them both on the same margin. It's not going to matter going into the last 2 games, or at least it will not matter going into Miramar. The 4-point gap might be more of a matter going into the last game and how that kind of pans out. And yeah, I mean, as you can clearly see, 36 points is the gap for Vega. So 36 points, 2 games. Let's be real. I don't think that's going to happen. Like, for that to happen, they've got to win the last 2 games, win them by big margins, and Alter Ego, Shadow both have to basically get nothing. I think it's fair to say that race for them is over for top 2, but they have got a good stranglehold on 3rd place, and everyone else is now going to have to catch up to them going into Miramar and Erangel.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. And also they have to consider the fact that the teams above them will gain points as well. So that's another factor to it as well. So yeah, just doing the math, yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult for them. So yeah, I guess the last 2 games, we're starting to shape up like, okay, these few teams can potentially overtake each other for something significant. And that something significant is the top 4. Yes, we're talking about the 3rd place, but the 4th place is as valuable as well if you kind of think about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, 4th and 5th give the same amount of points though, so there's a little bit more space for that pack of teams around there to at least 2 of them get into that. But there's enough teams that are, as I said, in the kind of top 10. So you think about it, if you finish 10th, you only get 20 points. If you finish 5th, you get 50 points. So that's a 30-point differential for what could be achievable going into the last 2 games. or at least going into Miramar, and then the gap might be too much going into the last game of Erangel. But again, the beauty of this format, we keep repeating it, but there's enough there for teams in every position on the leaderboard. Historically in PUBG, by this point, you would literally be going into the last two games only focusing on Shadow and on Alter Ego, and you wouldn't be looking at anything else, whereas you're looking at everything, even down to the bottom two teams, which when we saw last week, the last game, and well, the last day and the last game, it was Team Newbies that got out of the last place position and got at least 10 PMS points into, I think they finished 14th. And so they were able to at least get something from the week, from what was a bad week, on the last game, on the last day, picked up a win. And I wonder, can, the likes of ATO potentially do that? Maybe not. I mean, they've been kind of struggling even more than what we saw from Team Newbies last week. But yeah, across the entire leaderboard, teams have got a lot to fight for. There's still 2 more weeks of PUBG Master Series after this. Things can change quickly. You could potentially win next week and suddenly you can go into the last week, still a chance to maybe go to the Esports World Cup. So you just got to stay locked in. Big 2 games coming up, and for all 16 teams, it's about trying to maximize as many points as they can get to finish in the best spot.
Yes, and the Esports World Cup is the dream of a lot of these teams as well, to go there. Of course, a lot more prize pool waiting there, Esports World Cup, so surely they want to get there too. But only the best 2 from APAC will qualify there. It's definitely not going to be an easy feat, considering that now we are towards the end of week number 2, and we're starting to see that, yeah, there's no one team or 2 teams or even 3, 4, 5 teams that truly dominate the lobby. That makes an intriguing race towards week 4 and week 3 and week 4 later on, to really see like which team collected enough points to be in the top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Zanshin has actually surprised me a little bit this week as well. I mean, the fact that they've been in such a good contentious position for that 3rd spot, when last week they finished 9th, they weren't really in the race towards the top 4, certainly not for 3rd. I think it ended up being a 30-point gap by the end when it was all said and done. They started very slow. They had a good last day though, and this is what I was saying last week on the final day. You finish strong and you can kind of take that form into the following week. And there's certainly a team, I think, that was reflective of that, where they finished as strong as they possibly could to close out last week. A 3rd place, a 4th place, a 2nd place. They had a bunch of kills, and that was off the back of what was the first 2 nights that did not go their way. They finished strong. They come into this week, and they've put on a good performance. And so, again, it's something that a lot of teams can kind of take, is if you finish strong, you can potentially take that into the next week. Otherwise, if you finish poorly, then it's like your mindset throughout the week is just negative, and that can kind of cause you to start poorly. And I think starting well, now that we've played the 2 weeks and we've got 2 weeks to go, it's pretty evident the teams that start well tend to finish well. Not all of them. NRG this week started incredibly well. They were first up through the first 4 games. So after 4 games played, NRG were the best team. They'd won 2 games. But then since then, they've just dropped off, and 7th, no kills, 11th, 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 and the list goes on. So it's not always as if it's like this hard set example where if you start well, you're going to finish well. But more often than not, that will be the case.
Yeah, it's going to be real exciting to see the next match as well. And of course, we're going to get into Miramar after this. It's going to be a big map, and the terrains are just harsh here. The past few Miramars that we've seen like open kind of circle Miramars. We've seen like Miramars that end in a compound area, and we've even seen Miramars that end in one of the high ground areas as well. So all of them brings different dynamics, and this will definitely be a big test of versatility to all the teams.
Yeah, I mean, Miramar plays, I think, pretty differently to maybe any other map in the pool right now. Just the nature of the wide open terrain, couple that with the higher leveled terrain too, so the mountain peaks, then you've got the flat open fields areas, you've got Death Valley areas. Some areas have got a lot of buildings, some lack a lot of buildings. The trees aren't really there on Miramar either, so you get the trees on Erangel, Rondo, Tago. You don't really get them all that well on Miramar. So I think it plays probably the most differently. And a normal, typical Miramar lobby is going to be probably 15 minutes of nothing. But then as the circle shrinks and shrinks, because there's usually more open spaces, etc., then it just kind of pops off, and you go from 60 alive down to 30 alive in a 3-minute span, and suddenly becomes one of the most exciting maps when all of that's happening. And that's just on a general basis. Of course, there are some Miramar games also that end in a lot of city finishes. I feel like it happens maybe more often on Miramar than potentially others. But it's going to be a fun map to kind of continue what's been a really good week and a really good 2 weeks of the PUBG Master Series, because with a 4-point gap, 2 games to go, we're not always kind of that lucky. And I think we've been pretty lucky over the first 2 weeks to have 2 solid races. You think back this time last week, it was August and Vega Esports battling for that top spot. Now that finished in a 5-point differential. And so going over that game, it was the night where August picked up 2 wins, Vega got a second, 2 thirds, but it was a third with just the 1 kill point. There were opportunities for both of them. In the end, it was just the 5-point gap that August were able to get because of those wins in the middle portion of the night, just saw them then hold on. And I wonder if maybe it'll end up being similar here, because it's so far played out similar in a lot of ways. Alter Ego winning games 11 and 12, taking a small lead. Is that going to be enough to hold on? Because last week it was games 12 and 13, and then that was enough to hold on for August. So we'll see what happens, but I don't think you can hold on to a 4-point gap with 2 games to go unless the other team also plays incredibly poorly and gives it to you. By the way, we've kind of been waffling on because the lobby did get remade, and I think that goes without saying. We should only be another minute or 2 out from getting underway, but hence the a slightly longer delay before we get this one underway.
Yeah, I like that you reflected on last week as well, right? So it does look like we're heading in the direction for this week. It will go down to the last game. The point differential is small. And it'll be interesting to see, like, okay, if it goes down to the last game and it goes down to the last circle and the point differentiator is like just like 1 or 2 points, and it happened to be like Shadow Esports and Alter Ego fighting up for each other for that chicken dinner that can decide on who becomes the number 1 team, that'll be super interesting. It can't go any more tighter than that.
Yeah, and I'm kind of, since we got a very, very small amount of time, I can't imagine, we're 30 seconds away from starting, but with the PMS points, don't forget, of course, August picked up the 100 last week. So if they can even just maintain around 4th and 5th, that's still 50 points, 150 as we get underway with Miramar. But Vega had the 80, so it looks like maybe 3rd is probably where they're going to finish. So that's obviously 140 points for them. So technically, even though Vega's going to have a better week 2, because August won last week, they're still going to be ahead going into the last 2 weeks on the overall PMS boards. And because Shadow and Alter, they also picked up the 40 points last week. Even whoever wins between them will probably still be behind August if August finished in the top 5. And the loser who finishes second, I probably shouldn't say loser, but whoever finishes in second will be then still a little bit behind the others. They'll only be on 120 points. So that's a couple points behind the 140s and the 150s going into week 2. So it goes to show that it's not just the race that we've got here and the one we had last week, but going into the last 2 weeks, you've got the overall PMS board that race then now becomes part of the storylines as well that are going to get built up.
And the stats here are pretty interesting, right? If we talk about like the race for the 3rd spot, like ZSHN Esports, statistic-wise, they do like Miramar. In fact, we look at the knock stats as well, like Upchen, Lun, they are number 1, number 2 respectively when it comes to knocks in Miramar. So the stats do kind of favor ZSHN Esports between them and also Vega. It's going to be really interesting. Oh, and also kill points as well. Lun's up there too, together with Upchen. So Vega, stats-wise, they will face a uphill battle here against ZSHN Esports for Miramar.
As we look at the longest kill on Miramar, that goes to Nico's, a 643 meter kill. I mean, Miramar can usually feature that, and a huge northern circle as well for our Miramar game tonight. These can be really, really fun. Not often does it continue to shift up north. I mean, Oasis and Campo Militar don't really feature too many end game positions, but certainly Cruz de Bay and Water Treatment certainly can. So this should be fun. I mean, again, Miramar is a map where, depending on where the circle goes, the actual game itself is going to play vastly differently. What buildings are in those positions? Is it open fields? Are there some more cactuses that maybe can be used? They're horrible trees in comparison to the other maps, but dips, bowls, what's the terrain like? Is there high ground positions? So, well, it's too early to call right now, considering it's only phase 1. The northern side of Miramar typically plays very differently to the south side. There's a lot more of the, you got one mountain over here, one mountain over there. They're not as interconnected. There's gaps, so you've got more valleys. The roads are going to play more of a factor. So you're making these decisions of, you're going up top of this mountain. What happens if it shifts away? Can we come down, or vice versa? Do we have to go up a mountain? Whereas the south side's more of the open field, corn, wheat kind of area, plays very differently. So we go to our man of the match. It was empty with 2 kills, apparently. Vega Esports spreading the love. They didn't get a lot of kills from their win, but they got the win. So that's the main thing.
Yeah, because of that, they break through the 100-point mark there to be still holding on at 3rd spot. But the gap difference between them and Xmen Esports is actually not bad. You gotta think about it. Like 15 points is a pretty healthy gap between the number 3 and number 4. So they can still kind of like, okay, if they don't do that well this round, maybe just pick up a few points here and there, they might still get that 3rd spot by the end.
Yeah, but it's going to have to start now, isn't it? Like, you don't want to have a 15-point gap going into the last game on Erangel or anything sort of 10 plus. Puts way too much emphasis on them needing to have a bad game, you needing to have a good game. When you're in those kind of situations, it's a lot more unlikely. You want to get it to at least single digits at minimum, and then you can kind of control your own game and control your own fate. And that's going to be the same thing for Alter Ego and Shadow Esports. Don't get it twisted. Like, yeah, it's a 4-point gap right now, and it looks as if it's going to go to the last game until it doesn't. What happens if Shadow go out really early and Alter Ego have a 20-point game? Do we even have a race?
Yeah, if it's like a 20-point gap towards the last game, then yeah,
it's like 20 points gap, one game. Then it's so Miramar is just as big to the race overall as Erangel. And so for Shadow Esports, you can't afford to have a poor game here in the event that maybe Alter Ego to have a big one, and vice versa, considering it's only a 4-point gap. If Shadow Esports go and drop 25 points this game, which we know they're capable of, and Alter Ego don't get anything from it, well, suddenly then it's a 21-point gap, 1 game to go, and it's, well, good luck. So this game of Miramar is just as potentially defining. That may end up similar to what we just had on Rondo, where it doesn't change too much. A Savior with a wonderful drive-by headshot onto Ken's. That was incredibly quick. And look, they need all the points that they can get for Xmen Esports. As you said, what was a 15-point gap, now 14. It's very achievable to sort of just break that down a little bit, get it into single digits, and have a good crack then going into Erangel. But again, for Xmen Esports, it's just, can they continue to combine what is usually good starts to their games, but with also the late game finish? So that's going to be the path forward for them, because Vega is going to feature in most of the end game scenarios. Like, they're just so consistent at that.
Yeah, they're really good when it comes to the late game. If they're able to survive, until phase 5 or 6, that's where they'll start to really turn up the gas and able to bring in those not only kill points, but also able to survive, just like how we've seen in the previous round as well. But with this kind of circle that we're getting, yes, Vega, they are in the circle, so they have a little bit more time and space to play with. But for the teams on the outside, it's going to be a long rotation for them. And I can expect to see those teams who are far off, they will just rotate all the way up north to get into the circle. It's an easier entry in rather than trying to go through the regular path of the southern side of the circle to come in.
Yeah, I mean, the southern side of the circle is just typically going to see a bit more of a feature, because there's no one that can come in from the north side, as it's at this point even just outside the map. That's just not possible. But what you will probably see is teams on the south side won't just go directly into the circle. They'll rotate west, they'll rotate east, they'll then try to wrap in towards the north side. But even then, I don't know if they'll do it too much, because it's very unlikely that this circle will continue to go far north. And so you'll probably see teams want to try and just center up as quick as possible. which has kind of already happened. I mean, teams have rotated pretty quickly. Unlucky's in a good spot. Cruiser Devel, ARMR Esports moved up really quickly to take a center spot. Shadow Esports in a good center position as well. Auglis going to go play the terrain just slightly west of center. ATO's kind of directly below them. So it's already a lot of the really good prior positions, center circle, knowing the circle's likely going to stay around there for this game, have already been taken up.
On Zanjin altercation here with another team. It's more like a drive-by. And that was Zen Esports, and they will surely not stop here. Bit of an open space between themselves and Zanshin, but thanks to the trees, Akos is not able to land his shots clearly.
Yeah, never that easy on the moving vehicle sometimes. Zanshin at the moment sitting in that 4-5 position. So 4th and 5th, you may as well just look at it as the same. They both give the same PMS points. There's no difference. You're pretty happy if you're 5th or 4th by the end of tonight with the way things have gone. But because they're so close to Vega, they've still got something to fight for. But yeah, 50 points, of course, for 4th and 5th. And then 6th place and 7th place both get 40 points. And then it just kind of continues to trickle on down, which means if you look at NRG right now sitting in 9th, unfortunately for GSW, while they're in 10th and on 20 points, they're kind of a distance away from battling, I think, at least for that 4-5. Although, to be fair, it's, 24 points the gap for game start win, and they've started to find a little bit of form. So these two games important because they could potentially go from as low as, the 20 points, I don't think they're going to get overtaken, to as high as 50 points if they can get to 5th. So that's a big jump. And considering they actually picked up, I think, some decent points from the first week. Yeah, they did. They picked up 60 points from the first week. So that could get them to 110 points. And that would then salvage, I think, a week where, again, showed good glimpses, played some good PUBG, but didn't quite have a good week. 110 points still puts you in a really solid position going into the last 2 weeks. So GSW, another team to watch, and we are watching them right now as Faith takes a few shots over towards Show and Zeno, but they've got a lot to fight for. These two games mean a lot for Game Start Win.
Hey, we did talk about inspiration early on today, right? So if Alter Ego can do it across 2 games to be number 1, when they had that, 20-plus point gap, well, who knows, right? If GSW can actually pull that one off. So, I don't know. I'm just having a bit of a copium here to maybe see that happen. And if that does happen, it'll make a good storyline.
You can see here, so 5 seconds till the phase 2 pop. There's only one team, which is, funnily enough, Game Start Win, that's north of that road. Oh my goodness, it actually went north. That is absolutely insane. This is a very rare circle. I've been commentating PUBG since 2018, and this is like 0.1% circle for competitive PUBG esports. This is not something that you see typically all that often. I was talking more about, Oasis is maybe an area that I might see once a year. And again, that's just from my personal experience. It's not as if this circle has never happened before in other regions, other games, and ranked and things like that. But this is still a very rare circle overall. Also rare these days too, because we don't play as much Miramar compared to when it first came in. And what this is going to mean, though, is that instinct is going to be far more critical and key rather than set strategies. This is not something you can typically on a consistent basis scrim for and play for and practice. It's pretty much just complete open field out on the north side. There's a big road split now, 50% through the circle, but it is also naturally going to come south. There's just the way that the game's going to prioritize it, but there's only so much room for phase 2 to play south because of that circle split with the road. So suddenly Miramar, which usually plays really quiet for the first 15 minutes, it might see a little bit more action, but there's enough space with the balls, the defilates. There's a lot of vehicles. You're going to see a lot of vehicle play. You've got Campo Militar and Cruiser Deval that you can backfill into if you need to for safety for now. So there's still enough space, but phase 3, phase 4 is just going to play incredibly hectic.
Well, and guess who decided to rotate all the way up north? One of them is Alter Ego. But if we were to look at the map, they're going to bump into Monk, so that's a conversation for later, because right now it's going to be NRG against ARMR Esports, and ARMR Esports, they're losing the plot against NRG. One of the players currently down on the ground, suspect eliminated by Faith. They're looking for more here. There you go. Another point in the pocket there for NRG. So far, 2 points, and they will revive a little bit of their hope to maybe break into top 5.
Yeah, and I like their position as well. I mean, it's a somewhat susceptible position to a crash. You can't. The thing with Miramar as well, because of how open it is and the long angles of sight, like you can't really play outside your compound buildings as easily compared to the other maps. And as you saw there, even when NRG they got out those 2 kills, and then as soon as they were trying to run back into cover, they started getting peppered. So it means that you can't really defend your compound as safely or as comfortably as other maps, and so that does then invite the pressure of the potential crashes that you might see later in the game. And if this circle does shrink back south and it does go on to NRG's position, I wouldn't be surprised to see them get crashed, essentially. As you mentioned before, Monk and Auglis potentially fighting out. Actually, no, sorry, it was Monk and Alter Ego, so that's just a long-range knock, which does happen in Miramar. Unfortunate for Auglis to lose a player this early into the game. And this is the kind of game where you're certainly going to need all 4 of your players alive.
Yeah, and looks like Alter Ego, they managed to get away from Monk. And they're safe all the way up north there. Look at that.
There's no way this goes north. It can't go. You can see the dividing line at the top. What is this? I've never seen this before. Right, and it's you've got a boundary, a physical boundary, which eventually is going to mean for phase 4 it has to quite literally come south. It's an unplayable area. Now, I think a couple of years ago, Miramar got some changes. Back in the day, it used to have a lot more considered unplayable areas. I think they opened that up, but quite literally, that is unplayable area. So it's going to come down to Campo Militar and the west side of it. This is going to be an incredible game in Miramar.
Oh.
I mean, it already is. I mean, the fact is we're down to 59 players at the 14 minute mark on Miramar, which is usually not always the case unless a team quite literally crashes into another team on the rotate.
We're getting
you got a dust storm as well. Just throw it all in.
Yeah, dust storm, insane circle, and look at Zanshin. They're just hugging the borderline there. But ZSHN Esports right now, they're in trouble. And looks like Upgen down, and it's down to only Savior left, the final player for ZSHN Esports. 44 health, going up against NRG, taking a lot of damage here. He needs to heal up, but will he have that space? Yes, he will. Oh, but this nade being launched across. Ooh, thanks to the wall.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's just fights happening everywhere at the moment. So the west side is seeing a couple of rotate fights as teams are coming in, as ZSHN Esports go out again early, but not winning the fights. The frag grenades too much power for them, and God XP gets the last kill. Big game from NRG coming up as Show just collects both Trick and Samoy. This is not good for Alter Ego. They're down to just 1 player. But like many in this lobby right now, they've not been benefited by this circle. They've had to rotate on the western side out in the open, and there's just so many teams around them. Man, the solo did get a knock onto Xeno. The one benefit for Alter Ego is Shadow Esports are in Campo Militar, and they're getting lit up by multiple teams as Jexi has been eliminated. They're down to 3. It might not be a huge game for Shadow, at the very least for Alter Ego, but they certainly are in a better position with 3 up inside of Campo, as Vega Esports are now battling against Auglis. The flash connected, but it also connected onto Aimbot, so he was temporarily blind, jumps around the corner, just tracking, trying to find. Now spots ER. There's one that's pushing up on top of the building, needs to try and help out ER as quick as possible. Aimbot getting lit up, but he does get the knockdown onto ER and makes his way back in safely.
Oh, nice 1v1 fight there by Aimbot.
Oh, stolen though by Lolba. That's not ideal for Vega. They need all the points they can get to hold on to 3rd. Although with Xmen eliminated, the gap is 16 to Zanshin. This should be a phase 4 straight down south. Anywhere straight down south. And it's not gone as much onto Campo Militar, which, as you can see with Happy Squad, Orcatera, Shadow Esport, they're going to find it very difficult to push out of that city. And then it's just open terrain with a big road split intersection, as the solo has eventually obviously been overwhelmed. And that leaves Alter Ego stranded on 142 points. Auglis go out too. Big ramifications for these 2 teams. Make that 3 with ZSHN Esports. as Vega have just been able to pick up another kill point.
Big opportunity here for Shadow Esports. They are in the circle, they have the compound. Right in front of them is going to be TERA, but they'll be A-OK for now. Can't say the same for 10 Trip though. Sunny side up, down as well, thanks to none. A bit of a trade-off there between Unlucky and Happy Squad. But the pickup will happen right now. 10 Trip should be back up again.
Yeah, I mean, that's just fighting across the road. I mean, I don't know what the plan really can be for Unlucky right now. This is such a rare game. Like, pushing into Campo Militar and trying to cross the road doesn't really feel like a good move. But also, if they try and push over towards the south side of the circle, they got Zen Esports, who have actually got a compound. So you can't really push that way either. And then you can't really push out into the open. So, I mean, they're just kind of in no man's land at the moment. As Monk and GameStart win, this is a pretty big battle in itself. GameStart win trying to, of course, break through that top 10 and catch back up to the rest of the teams. Monk want to try and keep the good times rolling and keep fighting for at least top 5, pick up as many PMS points as possible. As Nikos does find a knock on to Zeno. That's only 2 up at the moment for GSW, but you've got Bad Ape on the south side that's just trying to get some information. So Monk aren't investing all of their player resources into this fight. They're investing mostly just the utility, trying to keep GSW kind of wounded at bay, force them to kind of maybe scrap out of this compound because the blue's coming, so they know they can't ultra commit, and that's unlucky for Hiker, man. Knocked out immediately. They're going to have to leave him behind. You cannot come back to try and fight him. You need to push, take space, get into the next circle, get set. You know GSW will likely then push into you. They've only got the 3 players. As Hikerman gets eliminated, that's another good kill for GameStart win.
I'm just waiting for when will Shadow Esports really pull the trigger right now. They're still at 0 kill points. But they're in the circle, so no big reason for them to do so. Now the focus is on to GameStart win. Try to get into the circle, but GameStart win show. Gunned down by Akosi. And Monk on the outside of the circle as well. GameStart win managed to get in, but at what cost? Heavy casualty on their side.
Yeah, and I mean, Monk can't really push this either, though. You just saw the tag that Unk just took. It's a classic Miramar, as you can see from his POV. It's just nothing but open space. There's not really a lot of playable terrain that you can use. There's a lot of objects, but these objects aren't really safe to kind of play behind. And so it just kind of leaves you out in the open, and you're very susceptible if you don't have vehicles, if you don't have smokes, if you can't find a safe defilade to play behind. Bowling the solo here for ATO, just trying to be a nuisance to Vega Esports. And Shadow, by the way, along with TERA and Happy Squad, have all kind of found a nice little safe pocket in Campo Militar. None of them have been fighting just yet. They haven't had to force their fights. Clearly, they want to try and play for the late game. So they're all just kind of slowly moving. This phase 5 circle kept a lot of that western part of Campo Militar inside the circle. So they've all just kind of found a little pockets of space, a couple of buildings. That's going to be great for their longevity. So even though Shadow are down to 3, I think they're in a pretty good spot to be able to go late, get some placement points. Unlikely to see them having like a 20-point kind of game. But there's a very good chance, I think, in my mind, they can retake the lead going into Erangel. That's got to be at least the goal for them.
Yeah, Bolan trying to land his shots, but the terrain really isn't helping him. It's for Mong now trying to get into the circle, but NRG is right in front of him. Bolan again. Second attempt, but Bolan taking damage himself. He's very lucky to be able to survive that one, but second time around, Bolan now with the high guard advantage gets a knockdown. AJ
oh my goodness.
right in front of him. The Smalley will force AJ to go out. Thanks to the blue.
Oh, no.
Wait a second, wait, what? Bad Ape.
Oh no, Bad Ape. Oh, look, they want to take the kill of your Monk, but Bowling was just 1v3ing the team that's in third. The team in last, a solo player, almost getting the full squad wipe onto Vega himself, which would have really helped out those teams from 4th to probably 9th. In the end, Tade and Empty are going to go down to the blue anyway, so that just leaves Vega with 1. They've picked up 5 kill points. They've extended their lead in third, but could potentially be susceptible to a team like Zanshin, NRG, Monk, Happy Squad. They're all still alive. They're all fighting, putting in a good shift. They'll close the gap to third place Vega. Nikos, though, knocked down by Unforgiven. Another rotation death for Monk. It's been the bane of their existence here for PUBG Master Series Phase 1. And that's going to be the end of Vega as AJ got caught by Oraculus. And Monk, again, just can't find safe haven on their rotates. They go out in 10th. 9 teams remaining, 40 seconds till Phase 6. Miramar is the kind of map that you could still probably have 50 plus alive at this point. We're down to 30.
Down to 39 teams left. And a good amount of teams on the left side here. We have NRG, we have ARMR, we have Team Newbies up north there. But the Team Newbies, they don't manage cutting across the road early before the next phase. It's going to be tough for them. Not much space for them to play with, especially with ARMR right in front and Zanshin on the other side as well. So Zanshin in a pretty similar situation. And it's very likely that the circle will not favor those teams. Let's see where we go. Oh, towards the left side. So Team Newbies has a little bit of that circle still.
Yeah, just a little bit. But the long game is to cross that road. So they don't want to stay where they are, even if they're in, because, I mean, they essentially require phase 7, 8, and 9 to be, well, phase 7 and 8 to be shifting still continually upward. NRG in a good spot to probably get some damage into Zen Esports as well. There you go. Knockdown onto Zamzhao, but stolen by Feven. There's Orca down to 2. Kunyit and Dip. Been a quiet night for Orca. Currently sitting in the bottom 5. But still 2 players up and active and just trying to at least get into the remaining 8 teams for this game. And I'm going to be honest, it's going to be this battle towards Campo Militar that we need to be keeping our eyes on, especially with Shadow Esports, second place team still alive. They have to push out, get into this next circle, and it's not going to be easy. So many teams around here. Zanshin have now pushed in towards Shadow Esports. This is the next fight to be watching because it can have huge repercussions for both Zanshin and Shadow. Zanshin trying to chase down Vega, and the Shadow trying to chase down Alter Ego.
And we're going to put focus onto NRG right now. Trying to stop Team Newbies. Team Newbies, they managed to cut across the road, so that's great for them. They also have to be careful that ARMR is around the corner as well. And if they step into ARMR's area, they could be surprised by them. Nades galore on the Crazy Dog, but Crazy Dog able to evade those nades, and he's okay for now. Now we're looking at Zanshin down to the one last player.
Yeah, Shadow, that's not what you need. They get no points from this game. Same with Alter Ego. So the battle for top spot has left both teams still at the exact same position going into Erangel at 142 and 138. As Zanshin trying to close the gap to Vega. 8 kills in this game. It's put them in a good spot where I don't know if they're going to really drop out of the top 5 going into the last game. It's a healthy little lead, 14 points to August. And NRG also just going to keep them on their toes, though. It has to extend. Only one team with 4 up, but it's unlucky. Center of the zone. 25-minute mark coming up. A chance here for Kunyit. But not landing the shots, difficult. Just not peeking around the corner, stuck in the blue. And Algenbots times the peak perfectly to get the knockdown with the M416. It's only Dip that's left, trying to just get something from this position. Got the elimination of the Algenbots, courtesy of Luna from Unlucky, who got the knockdown. As Happy Squad now go down to 1 player. It's the same position as Orca, 15 seconds away from phase 7. And you can see Unlucky's position, the only team that has still got all 4 players up. And they're just the pretty much only team that's in a safe position at the moment. Look at the battle over towards Zanshin and Team Newbies, and it's Ozzy that gets rid of Unforgiven. Dip, at this point, you're going down to the blue buddy. There's no chance of survival. Orca out in 7th. 6 teams left. Zanshin up to 99 points, closing that gap to Vega, down to 12. NRG overtaking August. That could have big ramifications for the overall PMS points as well. As Sync trying to stay alive, he cannot. Ozzy's on 1 health point. Gets off the first aid kit.
Anarchy, he sees his opponent on the other side, but he's not pulling the trigger. I guess he plans to play this safe since he's still on the outside circle. His objective right now is to try to survive this one. I wonder what would the decision be. It's so difficult for him. For NRG, they're looking to push forward into the circle, but ARMR Esports is still there. Zanshin on the other side, spraying from behind onto Unlucky. Not able to get a knock yet. They really need those knocks in to cut across.
I mean, at this point, you've got to just stick it. 2 seconds left. Try and get Sly Fox back up. But playing behind crates. 2 players stacked behind a set of crates. Anarchy, though, finds an angle onto NRG, and it's Crazy Dog that goes down there now onto 2 players. And Juan has been able to find a knock onto Goni. That's going to help out Zanshin. A little bit of help from Zen Esports. There's a little drive-by attempt, and it works. Lovely shooting from Faith. I wonder if he might end up dying out into the blue, as he did get tagged a little bit. Sly Fox found a knock onto Feven as well. Unlucky, go from 4 up to 2, just like that in the blink of an eye. A little combination from Zen and Zanshin, and the ultra impressive Unlucky in this game, now suddenly down to 2 players standing, but they do finish off Zen Esports. No chance of revival for Feven. Peak kill for Sly Fox. 11 now for Zanshin, as they're only 8 points behind Vega going into Erangel after this, as we've got 4 teams remaining. 2 alive for NRG, ARMR, and Zanshin. 3 up still, though, for Unlucky as they get the revive.
And to answer your earlier question, NRG, they survived the blue, and now they're currently in the circle up north. They're heading towards the position where Zanshin is at. So everyone's picking their own corner right now. Zanshin, they're moving towards NRG. NRG just right above RZRZ.
What is this circle that RZRZ is just literally walking through an open shooting range? It's just fascinating to see this kind of finish on Miramar. This is just so uncommon. And it's difficult, like you would think, because he's so out in the open, but it's difficult to kind of peek the ridges because then you're susceptible to everyone as well. As Sly Fox eventually does get knocked down, Cherry finds the angle. Dusky got knocked too by the mini of Faith, so that's going to force the revival out from Cherry. And this is a very intriguing finish. And for Unlucky, it's just, I think at this point, play close together. You got 3 players, you got the numbers. Just don't lose players when you're out in the open. Look at this higher ground advantage for NRG as Zanshin finally go out. 8 points the gap for them to Vega for that battle for 3rd spot. NRG now are also keeping this close. And remember, 4th and 5th both get 50 PMS points. So for NRG getting closer to joining that group of Xmen Esports and Zanshin in the battle for 4th and 5th, 10 kills from them this game, and then it's ARMR and Unlucky towards the bottom, soaking up the rest of the points.
More teams going into the shooting range. It'll be a good advantage for NRG. And if they can continue to bring in those points, and they're not far away from Xmen Esports, only 3 points difference.
Well, the difference is it's TPP now, though, Cloud. So if you go into the shooting range, and let's say NRG push forward, you can just kind of hold the edge, and then with the TPP camera, you can see when NRG are moonlighting. So that's why they're not just pushing over and trying to play this high ground advantage, because it's not as strong as if it were like FPP. Because if it was FPP and you're in that bowl of the shooting range, you're not going to be able to see when you're going to get peaked, if you will. So it plays a bit differently in the TPP meta. So NRG are probably just going to try and bide their time. They'll use their vehicles. And plus also, they've only got 2 players. So it's not like they've got a 4-man squad and they can just kind of throw a couple of bodies at a fight, win it through sheer numbers. I think they're playing this rather well. This is just the kind of game you've got to get it down to phase 9 and just play with the circle pushing in.
And now that we're in phase 9, ARMR Esports, they're the closest to the Blues, so they'll be pressured by it first before any other team. It's not in a good position to be in. Popping up that smoke, try to move forward, but then again, NRG knows exactly where they are, so even if they move in the smoke, a blind spray into the smoke would catch them.
Yeah, certainly would. And again, this is where the patience pays off, because they know for ARMR, like pushing them is difficult. But guess what? The Blues going to do the job for them to push them out. Yeah, God XP trying to just get this vehicle in, a little bit of extra cover, but that's a good timing from Goni to just peek over the ridge. Again, the power of the TPP. Goni would have just been sitting on that ridge, not showing himself, but he would have been able to see NRG the whole time. And as soon as NRG made that move, Goni just pops up, gets the free kill onto God XP. There's not much Faith can do from here. And it seems as if Unlucky are probably going to get this win. Unless Faith goes out right now, then don't count out Dusky and Cherry potentially playing the other side of the ridge. It is a 2v3, and they're not in a great spot. And Unlucky go aggressive. Goni almost, if he gets knocked there, becomes very winnable for ARMR. He is going to be forced back to go and heal up. Smokes go out. And this is still winnable for ARMR. I'm not counting them out just yet. There's enough smokes being layered that they can play off.
They do have the numbers though, and Unlucky, they have a little bit more space to play with. Okay, here they go, executing their plan. All right, there comes the stun grenade, then ARMR just let one go. So right now, they have 2 different angles that they need to take care of.
Oh, what a molly.
This molly. Oh.
What a molly. Connects onto Dusky, doesn't quite hit Cherry. Now, Cherry can somehow find a knock onto Luna at the vehicle, who's getting now aggressed by this blue. Cherry's got a good position. behind whatever the hell this thing is, this concrete wall. Luna gets back to the vehicle, quick headshot. That's a little bit of a risky play. ARMR played this really well in terms of defensively. Sunny side up might just send it above the ridgeline while they're not ready for it, and he does get the knockdown on Cherry. Dusky trying to play behind it as well. Did get the knock onto Sunny side up. Dusky did his best, but Sunny side up was just very quick to get that knock onto Cherry. ARMR go out. Well played, unlucky. There were certainly opportunities there for ARMR, but they were always up against it. Thought they played that as well as they possibly could in the position that they were in. As unlucky will get the chicken dinner in what was a very entertaining Miramar. And it's left us as well with the race for top spot exactly where we left it. Coming into this game of Miramar, it remains the same. It's a 4-point gap, 142 to 138 between Shadow and Alter Ego heading into the last game. And the race for third heats up as well between Vega and Zanshin.
Yeah, with the fact that Vega went out fairly early in this round, so that opens up a lot of space for the teams below them to catch up. And that makes a very, very exciting last game in Erangel later on, something that we've been looking forward to. And interesting enough, it's no longer only about the narrative of like the top two, but also a third spot as well. So that's going to be really, really interesting for us to watch. And now looking back at the highlights here, circle-wise, this is, like what you say, right? Probably the rarest circle that we're going to get in Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, it's up there. It's an incredibly rare circle that I don't even know if I'll ever see it again. And if I will, it might be many, many years from now. Fun one, though, and probably not so fun for the players. I mean, these are the kind of circles where, as a player, you're just left wondering why you even play this game, honestly. It would be horrible to be playing in these kind of conditions. There's not a lot of... I mean, there's a compound right here, but it's out, like... Where it ends up kind of finishing is just there's a lot of open terrain. You're just kind of trying to move from object to object. You're just constantly trying to preserve your smokes. They're so important. Your vehicles, they're so important. And naturally, as the case is with Miramar, when you got this sort of like flat plane, long angles, as soon as you're out in the open, you can just get shot from 360 degrees. Nothing ever feels safe. You're constantly on the move, and it's just a scrap. But it was fun to watch. Don't think it would have been fun to play in.
Yep. It's definitely entertaining for us, but not for the players. And like what you said, right? It's not like a circle that you can just like scream all the time and you'll be very familiar with this kind of circle. Maybe even to them, it's like, oh, this is the first time that they are playing this sort of terrain and what do they do and so on. So a lot of decision making has to happen like on the spot, depending on what kind of situation are they in. But a good play overall towards the end. And this was a situation where Unlucky was in a good spot where they have two different angles to take care of ARMR, and that Molly was just beautiful to just force them to come out.
Well, even that ending there at the Campo Militar shooting range, which I honestly didn't even know existed, to be honest, because I've never seen it end there ever in my life. The way that that's set up is actually not typical to kind of a bowl finish, where like if you imagine like a normal bowl finish, you might just be able to peek over because you can then see on the other side of the bowl what would typically be kind of flat plane if there's other teams there. But because it's this like track curve where you go down, but then there's another one and then there's another one, obviously with Unlucky being able to play its own dip on the other side for NRG, they could never really utilize that high ground advantage, because as soon as they pushed out, Unlucky are able to just play TPP camera. They sit on their ridge on the other side because it's not a flat plane, and then they were able to benefit because Unlucky had no one behind them. NRG needed to push down, and that kind of left them in the worst of the two positions. And while that was happening, of course, ARMR were quite literally just in below, but the reason why they weren't getting flushed out so quickly was because NRG and Unlucky would have been able to counter each other. If Unlucky went early to try and flush ARMR, then NRG would have been able to shoot at Unlucky for free. Great game. In the end, Zanshin, NRG, and Unlucky definitely picking up the majority of the kills and therefore the points as we go to the match leaderboard. 20 points for Unlucky. Again, they started really well last week and had a good week, but it hasn't really translated into week two. Big from NRG started really well this week after, of course, finishing last week, and they continue to find some form in week two. And Zanshin now tracking nicely behind Vega, but can't help but feel like it's strange to see that bottom four the way that it is. Xmen with 1 point, Shadow with 0, August with 0, and Alter Ego with 0. Cloud, that sets us up into Erangel very nicely.
Yeah, prior to this match, nobody would dare put a bet on like, okay, Shadow Esports and Alter Ego, both of them could go out donuts, but the reality is as such, and that sets us up for that intriguing final matchup with only 4 points separating Alter Ego and Shadow Esports at the top. And of course, the third, fourth spot there, Vega, the difference between them and Zanjin is only like what, 8 points? So very doable. And if Savage Man Esports can come up big, who knows? If they can do an Alter Ego, then they could be the one to steal that third spot out of Vega's noses.
Yeah, same with NRG, only 2 points behind Xmen. What'll be intriguing for me is the contrast in the kind of, not play styles, but maybe how things have played out, where for Alter Ego, it's been more about getting placement points, whereas then for Shadow Esports, it's been more about getting kill points. And Shadow are the ones that are 4 points behind at the moment. So the last game is sort of like you got one team that's clearly getting to the late game, picking up the placement points, and the other team is just kind of killing half the lobby in their really good games. And so if I had to take a guess off of those two play styles, I would prefer to be in the position of Alter Ego. Not only are you 4 points up, but you're a better team at getting to the late game. And so when you already have got a small little lead, it means that for Shadow Esports, they're going to have to pick up even more kills early on and get to the late game. Otherwise, it might get interesting. We're going to go to a very short break before the last game just to build the tension up. A 4-point gap for the top spot, an 8-point gap for the third spot. This last game of Erangel is sure to be entertaining.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
I am transition from Team Newbies. We are the first Indian team to qualify for PMS finals, hoping to put up a good show.
我是台港澳赛区的 GSW YU， 请大家多多指教。
Halo, nama saya Ezar. Di tim saya dipanggil Gops. Kami dari tim ATO.
アンラッキー所属のサニーサイドアップです。よろしくお願いします。
प्राथमिक चिकित्सक किट
这是急救包
Darah.
応急キット。
Paragoli
5.56毫米子弹
Pelor hijau.
5.56。
tawa
平底锅
Panci.
フライパン。
molly
燃烧瓶
Oli.
火炎瓶。
ऊर्जा पेय
能量饮料
minuman,
エナジードリンク、
Udah nonton dah. 滑翔机
glider,
グライダー、
BDSM 装甲车
tank,
投稿者、
Tetra 爆頭
pala,
ヘッドショット、
Pedi 空投
drop,
補給物資、
Chicken dinner 大吉大利今晚吃鸡
chicken,
とんかつ、
This is Vegeta Services Team 他们得冠
juara,
優勝、
I'd go insane if my teammate does that. Fucking math expert. 我觉得太晒了吧
super banget. Kayaknya dia nggak mau nge-team sama saya.
おーってなりますね。
If any Indians are watching, thank you for supporting, and I hope we make a good performance that makes India proud. Once again, thank you.
对这季非常的努力，做很多功课，相信我们一定可以得冠。还有感谢所有粉丝的支持。
Untuk PMS tahun ini udah mantap semua. Bagian qualifier dari sampai cup itu udah bagus. Sama untuk fans jangan lupa dukung tim Indo dan tim Atu di final PMS 2026. Makasih.
今回 PMS 日本
So it all comes down to this. It's the last game for the week, Sir Cloud, and it's a wonderful way to finish off the week. A 4-point gap for the first place, an 8-point gap for third place. Couldn't ask for a better finish. Erangel is set up lovely.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? We did ask for this sort of setup like during the start of the show. So now we're getting it, and it's going to be super exciting to see how it turns up here. Erangel back to the OG map, back to the map that all these players are very, very familiar with. And I remember statistically that Vega they do like this map. So hopefully the statistics do favor them.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see how it pans out, because I don't think either of us were expecting for both Alter Ego and Shadow Esports to get 0 points on Miramar. If that were to happen again on Erangel, it would see Alter Ego take out the week, 100 PMS points, the majority of the prize pool, and the PGC points on Alpha. It's a big final game to close out PUBG Master Series Week 2. Of course, 2 more weeks after this as well. So it's not the be and all tonight, but certainly will make a difference on the overall PMS leaderboard when it's all said and done. A good way to get to the halfway point of the series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we're going to get a nice flight path here at the very start. So from the north all the way down to the south. But Severny, keep an eye on that. Zanchin going towards Severny, and they're overlapping with Vega. So this is going to be really interesting. It might be a hard drop here to try to stop Vega from collecting more points.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be very surprised. I mean, it's not something you really should be doing. I mean, it's a 8-point gap. I don't think you need to worry too much when it's single digits. Just play your own game and see how that works out. It seems like actually maybe what Zanchin have actually done is obviously not hot drop to fight, but maybe just steal their vehicles and just be a little bit of a nuisance. And it seems like they've certainly been able to get the vehicles, and I'm sure there'll be still some around for Vega. Maybe could get pickup as well if needed. But yeah, very intriguing to see Zanchin go for that tactic to close out on the night. Lovely circle as well, just around George Paul, and the river is a nice split. It's probably that 50-50 kind of metric as well, maybe ever so slightly favoring the north side, but more than enough on the south side that you could play both. It's, again, just set up perfectly to close the night out, as of course when you do steal these vehicles you're going to get away, and Zanchin have been able to get away scot-free.
And but like what you say, right, taking away those vehicles, just being a nuisance, well, might not be the biggest impact, but if you can do some of those small things that could probably compound to something bigger later on, then it will be worthwhile. Of course, it will be, it's hard for us to see the effects of that, but if it kind of affects Vega to overall, like, okay, slow rotations, getting into prime position, and getting in good spots where they can collect more kill points, then I guess that's job done for them. but unlucky.
It might have also been not intentional. So I did go have a quick look back over to the first game tonight on Erangel, different plane path, but Vega ended up looting Milta and Zanshin were over towards farm. So it might have been a classic case where both teams wanted to do something different off of the plane path that we had this game, and it just so happened to be both of those two going towards Severny. And because obviously Zanshin probably don't want to fight, they just get the vehicles and get out of there. So there is a world in which that was really all it was. As we have a look at the man of the match, which was 25 up, 5 kills, and the win for Unlucky. Really solid game from them. They were one of those Campo Militar teams. They were actually kind of south of it, if you recall. They had to cross the road. So they were fighting Happy Squad from memory, and they were actually able to cross over, get in there, join that kind of group of teams, win those battles, get out, and in the end won the battle at the shooting range. So it was a really solid game from Unlucky in a game where clearly circumstances aren't great for any of the teams in the lobby. They just happen to make the best of the circumstance for them. And kind of look at their points gap. I mean, really the goal is can they get into the top 10, as unfortunately for Kunyet, it's going to be a free kill over to Ia. Good start for August, currently sitting 7th place at the moment on the leaderboard, which would only net them the 40 points. They were in that top 5 range, if you recall, and if they can get back in there, I think as things stands, that would see them still lead going into week 3 on the overall leaderboard. But if they do stay in this 6th and 7th position, that might not be the case.
Well, for TERA, well, whatever it is, they will be down there by the end of this match. So they are one of those teams who look forward to coming back next week. They had a decent run last week and some good moments here this week as well, but just not consistent enough. So this is another team that I look forward to seeing them play next week and whether they can make a comeback or not, because I do see the potential of TERA personally.
I mean, I think you can see if we're being honest, you can probably see a lot of potential in all of the teams. There's different levels of potential. I mean, I think those teams that are probably in the bottom 5 at the very least, I don't know if I see the potential of them winning a particular week. And I say winning as in finishing first, but I think you could make the argument that they're all capable of being in the top 5 position. That's unfortunate for Xeno, and very lucky though that it's going to be CJ driving away rather than turning back around, as he just made a little bit of a poor entry, ran himself over, getting out too quickly. Doesn't really matter in the end though. For GameStart win, they'll get the revive. He'll get back up. But one thing to keep an eye on is Zanshin, when they got those vehicles, they kind of went over towards Zaki. Vega have also then just swept across west side of Severny. So those two teams are actually still quite close by to each other. And dare I say, if they do fight early, that might be what determines 3rd place.
Vega Esports. What's going to be their game plan here? Are they going to play this safe? Or are they going to try to bring in as many kill points as possible? Now, stats, well, do favor them.
Sync.
But it's not good. No,
that's huge.
No.
That is so huge for Zanshin. I mean, just the 2 kill points alone, but it happens to be on Vega, and it closes the gap down to 6 points, and Vega go down to 2 players. That is so unfortunate for Vega. I don't think they would have been anticipating anyone to be close by to Zaki, but with this phase 1 circle, it really needed to be in the back of their minds, especially with Zanshin stealing the vehicles early on and where they kind of rotated off to, certainly in the area. Maybe they expected them to go kind of more towards the center of phase 1 or around that vicinity, but yeah, Zaki ended up not being safe, and they've just kind of gone right into the trap. And look, the 2 kills that Sync got as well, I mean, those are not easy kills. Like, very often you'll see the first shots maybe not land, the vehicle then swerve, turn around, and then they can get out of there. But he just lays it. He was really sharp, and big benefit for Zanshin.
Yeah, and of all the teams, it had to be Zanshin that took out 2 plays of Vega. This closed the gap now again. And Vega with only 2 players, like, what can they do now? It's going to be hard for them to bring in more kill points. The best they could do is to survive for play some points, and it's not going to be easy with the current state of things. We're still in phase 1. So Zanshin, really happy with that.
Yeah, they're still going to close the gap though. It's still 6 points. So they've got to play careful, but not too careful that they then get nothing from the game. As High Command is just tumbling his way forward. Lovely PUBG physics. Monk have had a really good spread performance from the 4, so there's not one player that's lagging behind or one player that's ultra dominating. It's been a team performance, win or lose for them. Currently sitting in 8th place, tied with Happy Squad. I think for Monk, when you're sitting in that 8th spot right now, that's only the 30 PMS points, but they're 3 points behind August. That's an extra 10 points that you can go and get. Now, can they get into the top 5? Well, you're 11 points behind Savageman Esports. So, provided if they can win this last gate, there is a world that they could get into that top 5, go from a potential 30 PMS points to 50. But it's going to take a big effort from them, and they haven't really had a lot of luck on their rotates. Even when there's no one shooting at them, they still struggle with their vehicles. And they've kind of just backfilled into Severny, which has already been looted. There's not much really there. They'll just keep sweeping across the northern coast. There's a fair chance, and I don't want to over-predict this, that they actually go into the duo of Vega.
Oof. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, I guess it's unlikely that's going to happen though. And even Vega themselves, oh, okay, maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, Vega are just going to ultra defend this. They want to make it seem like a 2-2 split, or they want to make it seem like, hey, don't come here, even though it's just a duo. Like, Monk don't know this, but they can actually just crash this compound and probably kill these two. It's risky. It's probably not worth it, but they could do it. And so for Vega, it's really important that they, they show a little bit here, that they shoot at them. They just, sort of say, get out of here. This spot's taken. That's why you don't want to just sit in the building and hide, because then if Monk go to scout it, they think there's no one there, they push in, suddenly it's a 4v2. It's a pretty standard defense right now here from TERA and Empty, just to shoot enough, and Monk not having any interest, they go on by.
Yeah, they create the illusion that it's a 2-2 split there. Well, Monk will be looking back at the replay and say that, we should have just crashed that compound, but it's okay. They decided to take the middle spot, the high ground instead, and that's not a bad spot to be in. So taking that, assuming that the circle does go up north, it's going to be a good spot. Speaking about the circle, we're going to see where it goes. If it goes pulling down south, but nope, it's going to focus up north, and Monk make the right decision.
Yeah, I mean, they were always going to have to get lucky at some point. They haven't probably had a whole lot of luck. I mean, it's a phase 2 circle pop, so it's not going to determine a whole lot. A lot of teams are going to eventually start making their way in, so they've got to make a decision. Do they want to go center? It seems like that's going to be the case. Play for center, set up a car fort, play behind some trees if they can find a good ball, use that, and just play for the late game and hope for the best. The circle also, though, can technically still go south. Phase 3, which would throw a big curveball into the picture. There's a lot of teams just sort of around that Georgia Paul area of the map. Orca-TERA, of course, down to 1, which around that sort of North Georgia Paul apartment area. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of teams just send it in towards the city of Georgia Paul, depending on what Phase 3 does as well. Even more suspect just gets spun out. That provides an opportunity for him to get shot at, and TERA and Empty connect. They've pushed down, so Vega know as the duo they can't just stay at that compound on the road. It's not going to remain in. They want to push down, try and take some space, be aggressive. I like the way that they're playing this. You sit back, you get no chance at getting kills. If they can just pick up 3 to 4 kills, that might be enough. So, I mean, I like the fact that they're on the move and they're active.
Even though playing as a duo. So, really good for them. They got that one knock, but they're not able to secure the kill point just yet. But speaking about kill points, Alter Ego, man, they lost him. Oh man, this is good news for Shadow Esports, but not so good for Alter Ego. But then again, playing as a trio can still come up with something. It's not the end of the world yet for Alter Ego.
Yeah, I mean, Alter Ego know that they can play a little defensive, down a player, 4-point gap, just make sure that they don't try and send it in deep center. At this point, they're going to have to probably play like a safe edge game coming out of Zaki. Zanshin's around the area as well, so they're going to be cautious of that. Will be intriguing to see what Alter Ego kind of end up doing, but I can't help but feel like there's only a couple of options. They could try and get into North Georgia Paul, but then that hasn't got a good long-term outlook. More often that you'll see teams go in there, it's just as a temporary thing, and then it's a mini battle royale within itself to try and get out of the North Georgia Pool apartments if it does shift away from there, which eventually it does. 50 seconds until phase 3. Again, there's a small fraction of the south side of this circle that has still got South George and Everest in. There is a world in which it could hard shift down. Unlikely, because statistically there's more of the north part of the river in this phase 2 circle, so I'm fully expecting this to be towards the eastern part of this North Georgia Pool area, kind of around, it could even pull towards the down plane, just to the west of shooting range. And there's not really many teams over in that area of the map. A large contingency of this lobby is around the North Georgia Pool apartments right now. NRG sent it in there through the pickup system. That's where they'll just drop down. Or TERA's there, Auglis is there. Game Start Win just on the outskirts of it. And then you've got ATO, which will likely just cross the North Georgia Pool bridge once this does go north. And if they do that, they could be met by a bit of a firing squad, depending on the way that NRG and TERA are playing. Yeah, it does go a little bit more out towards that eastern side, right on top of Team Newbies. And this is not a great circle to be playing in, very open, not a lot of playable areas. You've got some hills, some defilades you can play. But ultimately, this is going to be a fun way to close. And not great for Alter Ego, down to 3 players. This circle shifting away from them. Shadow's in a much better position. Right now, they might be 4 points down. They've got a far higher chance of topping this lobby by the end of the game. Out on that eastern side of the circle by themselves, most teams pushing out of North George or on that northwest side coming in together. They'll all fight and scrap. Alter Ego down to 3. Might have to consider trying to wrap north side and come in on the east and avoid a majority of that sort of traffic.
Yeah, it's a good spot for Shadow Esports to be in. And if with this kind of circle, Alter Ego goes out, then Shadow Esports, all they need to do is just like, okay, we just play it safe, maybe pick up 1 or 2 kill points along the way, play some points, and we're all good. But of course, they have to hope that Alter Ego goes out, and that hope is always really tricky, right? And we're talking about Alter Ego here. There's a reason why they're up there, because they're a really smart team and they know when to rotate their timings and all that. So I'm pretty sure they can find a way themselves.
And to add some extra information here as well, so you've got Happy Squad playing towards loot delivery, and then you've got Unlucky pushing into the down plane, and those 2 areas you're probably not going to see them push out of, and those are the only 2 teams that are even somewhat close by to Shadow Esports. So Shadow Esports should get a lot of space on the eastern side of the circle. That's going to just buy more time for them, more likelihood that they can actually play to the late game, and we know they're a good shooting team too. They've got the highest kills in the lobby, so if they can get to the late game, couple that with their ability to win fights, yeah, I mean, I think they're in a really good position. Zan should have kind of pushed away from Zaki. They're just coming in north side of the North Georgia Pool apartments, and it seems like, unfortunately for Alter Ego, they haven't opted to go that north side big long wrap. They've actually at the moment, oh, hang on, they just turned around. I don't know what they're doing. They're kind of just sitting in the blue at the moment, so I think they're deciding as to how they want to play this. But clearly, to me, the fact that they're a player down right now, they're in the blue, they haven't got good position. They're obviously thinking about how they want to play this on a more defensive-minded approach strategically.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well, right? Even if you want to rotate up north coming in, like the high ground, surely they will anticipate that, oh, there's a team there that could probably stop them. Yeah, now here we have a good view. If they want to play from Jogopol in, then that could probably be the better way, but you also have to be ready for like, okay, this kind of circle teams are going to be there.
Georgia Pool ain't going to win you this game or get you amount of points. If you're better off trying to maybe go in, so if you look at where Zen Esports is on that map, that kind of hill pushing behind them maybe, because if you go over that, then it's a bit of that open terrain between Zen and ARMR, so that's not great either. So I think it seems like that's going to be their option, to push in behind Zen Esports, a little bit closer to the circle. Essentially, you win that fight, your ability to win this lobby, the percentages skyrocket. So it's probably their best bet, but it still means they're going to have to fight this. Down a player coming into the blue, they can pull up at the warehouse, but this hill is a huge hill, like just almost straight up. You can't really run up this hill. So this is more of a, I think, a pit stop right now for Alter Ego once they kind of sort themselves out, heal up, get set, because Zen Esports aren't going to push down the hill either. They'll just sit up on top and hold.
Then the problem for them won't be only Zen Esports now. TERA as well, just right beside them. And both teams might be eyeing this hill. Alter Ego, they don't have much space to play with right now. And here comes TERA, dip, and those shots in. Almost getting a knock though. That was close.
Yeah, so this is man coming back from the blue chip tower, and he's just going to die immediately. But they were already down to 3 anyway. And in classical PUBG, nothing's really changed. The only benefit is they've gotten way more information from men. You wouldn't get that in old school PUBG. So that's still at least something. It was very unlikely to ever come back and actually land. Just too many teams around. Everyone's going to look up, easy shoot on the parachute, man. So back down to 3. Nothing's really changed for them, but they've gotten some more information. NRG just copped a huge mortar strike, and Turtle needs to heal up and then go get all of these revives. As Queen got knocked, by the way, from Ken's. So they've actually just aggressed a little bit here. Zen Esports up on that hill. Big ramifications on the lobby as Ken's has gone and got that kill. Down to 2 players now for Alter Ego. So for Shadow Esports, yes, they still got to close this gap. It's only the 4 points, but it seems as if it's going to be Alter Ego with back-to-back 0-point games as they have been eliminated. That's right. I do not stutter. Back-to-back 0-point games from Alter Ego after the way that they were looking tonight, where they had a 3rd place finish into a 1st place finish into a 1st place finish, and then just back-to-back donuts. And it's left the gate open for Shadow Esports, who only need the 5 points.
Yeah, and that's where they're starting to look for those 5 points here by pushing on to Unlucky. Coming in for the back. Unlucky receiving heavy amount of artillery damage as well from the other side. ARMR Esports here too.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow's going to be a little bit careful here because they are still technically behind and they've just had a player get knocked down. 3 standing, and he's been eliminated as well. Setsuna, Jaxi, and Kamals need to pick up the kills, and they're starting to do just that. Lovely frag grenade from Kamals. Flashes thrown on towards Cherry. Suspect, if he dies, that's another one that goes away. Oh, Shadow Esports, they make quick work of ARMR. 2, well, they're tied, but they're behind on the tiebreaker as it stands. But you would imagine, surely they'll get at least 1 more point here with 3 players still up. No one really near them besides Monk, but Monk are starting to transition a little bit more towards the west and away from Shadow. They're not pushing in towards Shadow Esport.
They just need to keep that discipline right now. The next team to be eliminated is going to be TERA. We're going to check on the other side right now. These teams are not in the circle. Zen Esports navigating around smoke, trying to find the remaining members of Oculus.
Shadow's 1. There's no one on northeast. These teams are going to fight. You're going to get down to the last 8 teams. That'll give them the placement point. They will win this lobby this week. What a way to do it as well. As Monk continue to push over and sweep in for a 3rd party onto Zen Esports and Augulus. Zen are just on the ropes here. Another bleed out. Nam Zhao is still up, looking for the revive onto Ken. Xuan in the background on the floor. Zanshin trying to get some points as well. Don't forget, we still got that battle for 3rd as Vega have still got that duo. It's a 3-point gap at the moment. Zanshin in a really good position on the western side of the circle, but here comes game start win. Show gets knocked, eliminated. Orclus have been taken out. They'll finish 8th at minimum, but at maximum. They might be lower than that. GSW get absolutely wiped by Zanshin. And with that, down to the final 8 teams, there's that placement point. Shadow tick up and win week 2 of the PUBG Master Series. That's 100 PMS points coming their way.
Yeah, now the next question is that can Vega hold on to their 3rd spot right now, because Zanshin is tied with them in the same number of points. They only need 1 more point, but then again, Vega, they are still in the game though with 2 players holding it inside the circle.
Yeah, really disappointing for Alter Ego. Just, it's fine to finish 2nd, nothing wrong with that, but they will look at this as a missed opportunity. Back-to-back donuts, and it's not like Shadow are going to win by a super big margin either. They'll be very disappointed. Of course, still much to fight for. As things stand, Monk are tied with NRG, but that 6th and 7th position offered the same points. Monk need to get into the top 5 to pick up 50 PMS points. So they only need the 3 more points to get above Xmen, or at least to tie and then potentially get above. So they've got something to fight for. Vega and Zanshin now tied, but Vega down to 2 players can only get so much more from this game. As Tentrip got knocked, Zamxiao out of able to get out of the blue, but he's pushing towards Zanshin. And eventually gets caught by Monk. Big kill point. Monk 3 points away from the top 5.
Oof, getting closer and closer right now, especially with the fact that Savage Man Esports is a big opportunity for them. We're gonna get a circle update soon, but what matters right now is Vega. Vega is in the circle on towards the left side, and they're just next to Zanshin. This next circle might force Zanshin to come down, but the circle does not favor Vega as well.
Oh, Hansi, little opportunity. Unk drives on by. Lovely seat swap from Unk to get that headshot on to Hansi. Shadow Esports down to 2 players. They might not know it, but they've already won this week, and so they're probably sweating bullets unless they've been calculating nicely, which honestly at this point they probably have, because they would have seen that Alter Ego got nothing from this game and that they've got the 4 kills plus the placement points. So they should, provided they've been doing their math, know that they're in the top spot now. But you just never know. Maybe you've done some calculations wrong. You play it out, you see what happens. As Monk in a very good position to potentially go on and even win this game. That circle benefited them on the phase 6 shift. They've been able to move around, scout out, get some good information. North side's clear. They can see a lot of those teams coming in potentially from the south side. Team Newbies haven't really moved a whole lot, so they've lost a bit of that circle pressure. And as things stand, a win for Monk would obviously guarantee them into the top 5, but they're 20 behind third. I don't think they're going to be able to go and achieve that goal.
Monk is currently shooting at Zanshin. If they can get a couple of them, they'll be doing Vega a favor. Yeah, there you go. Oh, but this is Monk trying to stop Shadow Esports from coming in. But then again, Monk still gets his one. It doesn't matter to Shadow Esports right now.
They actually won by a point. This is comical. They won by a single point. Alter Ego go back-to-back donuts for Shadow Esports to win it by 1 point. That is heartbreaking for Alter Ego, but it goes to show you've got to still go get the work done. Shadow Esports picked up the 5 points this game. They were 4 points behind, and hey, that's enough. They'll get top spot. That's all that matters. Monk into the top 5 as well. That's going to see them pick up 50 PMS points. And Zanshin and Vega still battling for third. Vega holding on for dear life with their 2 remaining players just holding on the south side of this circle. What Vega really need right now is Monk to take a fight with Zanshin, but Zanshin are so spread out around the northwest. Monk pushed down closer towards Team Newbies, and so Monk actually now find themselves in a position where they could get pinched, but one from a long distance and one from up close. Oh, the Doritos just don't drop at a good time, one even landing on top of Xmen. That's a horrible way to kickstart this fight if you're Monk, and then you did indeed get that pinch pressure from Zanshin, knocked down with the Car 98 from Sly Fox, and that is going to see Monk go immediately down to 2 players. Super unfortunate timing, and it's not great either for Vega. If Zanshin can continue to pick up a couple more scraps here, Vega do still have the 2 players alive, but look at that circle. There's not much of a world in which Zanshin are going to lose a team fight from this distance.
Oh, it's a nice 2-2 split as well. Circle hard shifted towards the right side. And ATO coming in. They're forcing themselves through. Monk down to the last player.
Oh, Sly Fox steals it. And with that kill, has seen Zanshin now take the 3rd spot over Vega, down to the final 4 teams. Vega have done a really good job of just getting to the late game and just staying alive and staying unseen. But the bad news for them is Zanshin have done a really good job of picking up 9 kills and having the 4 players alive. They got control of the circle. They can push in towards team. If Vega are going to finish 3rd, they're going to have to probably actually wipe out Zanshin. They're going to have to find the right time to get a 3rd party. They need to get aggressive as a duo, which is so unfortunate, but they need to actually start going for some kills here because Zanshin have got 4 up. They make their move. TERA and Empty try to get closer in. TERA knocked down. That's big for Zanshin. They might turn their attention to just finish off Vega. They've finally found them. Big nade comes their way onto TERA. It's only Empty left. Dashes in towards the smoke. 10 HP, but cannot avoid the next frag grenade. Zanshin will lock in 3rd place. Vega will have to settle for 4th. And in the end, it's Team Newbies looking for yet another match 15 win.
And Team Newbies, they're in the circle right now, fighting against Zanshin. RZ gets gunned down. Team Newbies doing so far so good, but they also have 1 player currently injured at ATO. They're still circling around with the BDRM.
And that's for Sly Fox to go back, grab that Panzerfaust, force Kia out of the vehicle, straight in the arms of Sync. Bowling spotted as well, back at the tree. Zanshin have, though, of course, lost RZ. But Team Newbies needed to go for a revive as well. But It's taken them some time for Translucent to get over towards Anarchy to get that res up. Finally been able to do it. That relieved the pressure as well slightly onto Zanshin, but they at least got the res. Did Team Newbies? Zanshin did not. 4v3. Team Newbies closed out week 1 with a win, which saw them get out of the bottom 2 and are trying to do it again here in week 2 to get out of the bottom 2.
Oh man, chicken dinner here for either team is just going to be a nice icing on top of the cake. Right now, ATO, one player left is going to be Bolang, and he's going to stay out of this fight. Though we still have phase number 8 though, and the circle is going to go towards the middle, and Zanshin is definitely going to get that one. But they're on the lower ground. Team Newbies has a high ground advantage.
Yeah, they do, but the position of the circle is going to favor Zanshin. They can sit back, play their balls. They know that eventually at some point, Team Newbies will have to push down. Bolang adds spanner in the works too. I think the best thing for Team Newbies is to just keep poking and prodding. If they can find an angle, try and get a knock. If you get that knock, you definitely want to then move and go for the 4v2. But such is the case here. I mean, Zanshin just don't need to peek. Like, this is a classic case of just don't peek. You've got center circle. Don't give Team Newbies any kind of chance. You want to force them to have to push into you. But if you step out of position and someone gets knocked, that opens up a really good pathway for Team Newbies. This will end up being a little standoff. I imagine this will even come down to phase 9 because Zanshin are playing this really well. They've obviously locked in third. The only thing that can change right now is actually Team Newbies getting out of the bottom 2 for the second week in a row in the last game. Oh, big headshot. Rips the helmet off. I still don't know. Like, Zanshin are not going to push on this. It's just a bit of a nuisance here for Newbies. You lose your helmet, go get the res. But yeah, Zanshin are not going to do anything with that.
And they don't really need to as well at this moment. And when it goes to phase number 9, they will have a big advantage as well because it's blue will push Team Newbies forward, and that's where Zanshin will be ready for them.
Yeah, I mean, Bolang is going to be the surprise factor for both of these two teams, though. Team Newbies, I mean, do you even go vehicles at this point? I honestly think you just layer the smokes, throw whatever utility you've got, close the gap on foot if you can with the smokes. If you don't have the smokes, you might have to do the vehicles. But if you go vehicles, it's very easy for Zanshin to just spray those down. It's still a tiny gap, but it's enough of a gap where they'll get a good opportunity to shoot at these vehicles. This is where communication's very important as a team. 4 up, I'm sure there's probably 4 voices talking about what they want to do, how they want to do it, but you have to kind of come to one decision, and everyone has to execute that decision. Obviously, as you can see, Unforgiven knows where Bolang is as well, the solo. So I don't know. I mean, Zanshin might know that Bolang's over there as well, and certainly by that smoke. So clearly both teams should be aware of the solo's position. Bright Grenade does land at the feet of Slyfox. Another one goes well over, hits the vehicle, sends that one into the ball and straight past it. As these smokes layer, though, clearly for Team Newbies, they're going to try and close the gap on foot. But Zanshin do need to keep an eye on Bolang. I actually kind of like the positioning of Newbies. They're kind of gone on this left side just so that Bolang, if he's going to get involved, he's more likely to maybe get involved against Zanshin. And Translucent has been able to push up. That's a lovely nade from Sniper. Now it's a 4v2. This is where you can start to get a little bit more aggressive here for Team Newbies, but they're holding their positions. Anarchy, Sniper still close by to that blue. Here comes Bolang. He's got nades as well, throwing them in towards Zanshin, which might help Team Newbies get out of this bottom 2 possession. That one goes way too far. Sync trying to hold out towards the left side of the corner, but he's been almost Molotov'd off. They know where he is. Sniper trying to push. Flash will land. Sync will go down. Anarchy hits the headshot. You've still got Unforgiven at the top of the hill. He was waiting for Bolang to push out. Good patience from Unforgiven. Akasari, the last one up. 1 HP. Got the knock on the Translucent. He'll get the flush, but it's Team Newbies who will get the win for the 2nd week straight. Team Newbies close out the PUBG Master Series week with a chicken dinner.
Nicely done by Team Newbies there. Lots of focus onto the high ground where Zanshin was at. In fact, 2 different teams just nading down Zanshin. They had no space to play with, and if you're being naded by 2 different teams in that sort of angle, it was a very tough position to be in. But then again, for Zanshin, it doesn't matter for them. Towards the end, they've already done the business. Mission is complete. They are the 3rd place team for week number 2, and job done.
Yeah, I mean, a really good job done from Zanshin, of course, in terms of who wins out the week. Shadow Esports by a single point. It's Team Newbies, of course, who got the chicken dinner. As we go to the highlights, you can see at the leaderboard coming into the game. And that was the leaderboard as well for the top two going into Miramar. So going into the last two games, those two teams, well, Alter Ego picked up no points, and in the last two games, Shadow Esports only picked up 5 points. I mean, it's not the way in which we expected this lobby to finish, Cloud. I expected them to both go back and forth, picking up points, the margins to extend, and back and forth, and just neither of them could actually do anything. But Shadow Esports just enough in the end to get the job done.
Yeah, this is the fight that propelled them to that #1 spot. So after that fight, they scored enough points, and it's just a 1 point difference between them and Alter Ego. That is insane here. And after that, it doesn't really matter anymore. Yes, they sent one player, Hansi, into the middle. Hansi, he was just there as just a marker or just get information. But at the end of the day, it was okay for them. Mission complete for Shadow Esports, and what a week it has been for them.
Yeah, I mean, a really big week, Shadow Esports. I think that you kind of look back at week one, their result, they probably wouldn't have been too happy to finish in 6th. They only got the 40 points that week, so they missed out on, I think, you know, probably a solid week that they potentially could have had. They started well last week. Shadow Esports, they were picking up some decent points. They had some good kills. They were consistent to a degree. They picked up a win, and then you look at their last 3 games last week: 12th with 2 kills, 14th with no kills, 15th with 2 kills, and that saw them drop out of the top 5 and certainly drop out of the race for even 3rd, for instance. They could have definitely finished a little bit higher last week, but showed a lot more of their potential this week to finish first. A similar ending, I guess. It didn't have the greatest last 2 games, but just enough to, in the end, finish in top spot, which is all that matters. And for Alter Ego, I mean, you'd be walking away tonight just feeling devastated because back-to-back donuts, and your opponent, your direct opponent, beat you by 1 point. So you know it was there for the taking. You didn't have to do much. You just needed 1 point from 2 games, and that wasn't enough.
Yeah, and that's where teams will start to look back at, if only I got that 1 point in that game or that 1 kill in that game, just that 1 kill, then yeah, the story will be different. But this is a game of PUBG, right? And the reality is that it can be cruel in that way. So that's why every game you really need to maximize your opportunity and potential. But then again, it is what it is. But still, 2nd place finish in week #2 isn't that bad.
No, 100%. I mean, you still pick up the 80 points, and I wouldn't be looking back. You certainly can't look back at previous games. You only got to look, not even Miramar. Like, you just look back at the Erangel game, because that was the game where you had a 4-point lead going into it, and you got nothing from it. So that's the only one that I would be looking back at. As you're kind of saying and alluding to, oh, if I had got this, or we had done that, forget about the other 14 games. That's irrelevant. It's just that last game of Erangel, because that's when it was on the line and that's when it mattered. I mean, you can make the case for Miramar too, but whatever happened in Miramar happened. It doesn't matter. The race was set going into Erangel as a 4-point gap. Even if you had have been able to, you know, pick up 4 or 8 points on Miramar, and you could sit back and say, oh, if that Miramar was better. Well, yeah, but like, it was the same margin going into Erangel, and your Erangel was what mattered. So good way to end the night as well for Monk and Zanshin. I think that's the key takeaways. Monk able to push up the leaderboard, get into that top 5, maximize their PMS points. Zanshin as well, eventually winning the battle for 3rd, which was a very fun battle to watch this week. I think last week it was a little bit more predetermined with GSW having a pretty good gap on that 3rd place finish, but this week it was really down to quite a few teams. You know, Vega, I think Auglers, Zanshin, and even Savage Men Esports all had a really good crack at that 3rd place finish. But Zanshin, in the end, coming home strong, really solid performances, deserved it. As we look at our winner chicken dinner team stats for Team Newbies, not another great week for them. They do avoid bottom 2 for the 2nd week straight, but they find themselves on 20 PMS points going into the next 2 weeks. If we're being completely realistic, of course, they're not going to be going to the Esports World Cup. Any team that is probably on less than 50 points, you may as well put a line through them. But good that they have the ability to keep fighting. Even when it's been a rough week, they don't give up. And it's twice in a row they've been able to get the chicken dinner in the last game.
Yeah, and man of the match here for the final game is going to be Snipeball, coming in with 5 kills, 4 knocks, and 399 damage. And of course, the maximum survival time was 31 minutes, 26 seconds. I would say his highlight moment was during the last fight, where his nades were crucial to take out or get a few knocks out of Zanshin towards the end. And if you gotta think about it, like the terrain didn't really favor them, but those nades were crucial for them to score this chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Sniper's shown some really good promise. A lot of the guys on Team Newbies have shown promise. I mean, you don't win games of PUBG if you're a bad team. I think it's usually pretty common that you can see a team that finishes in the bottom 2 play, 30 plus matches of PUBG and still not get a chicken dinner. These guys have been able to do it a couple of times now. It's just all about being able to figure out what makes them tick on match 15 and when, the threat of the bottom 2's on the line, and find that same energy, game 1 Friday next week. Like, you've got to come out of the gates, try and put some early pressure on, build up your confidence. I think what happens with Team Newbies is they start slow, they probably lose that confidence, and it gets worse before it gets better, and then they find something within them to finish strong. And in the end, that win actually got them up into 13th, which ends up being a pretty decent result, but not enough to see them get anything more than the 10 points. You don't get 20 points until you hit 11th, which is where Unlucky ended up finishing. For Monk, top 5 finish off the back of their last game. You can see how close it was as well from the teams. Really, from Happy Squad in 9th with 85 points. We're only 10 behind 5th, 95 points. And Zanshin and Vega finished strong in that battle for 3rd, with Zanshin pulling out, and a strange end to our top finish with Shadow 1 point in front of Alter Ego.
Oh, it's super duper tight there in the middle. Well, our weekly record update here. So it looks like we have a few names up here. So we have Akosire here representing Zanshin with the highest damage dealt. Just a small margin with Alec, who has been holding that spot, the number 1 spot, for quite a while now. And then we have Queen here coming in 3rd. For kills, we have 2 representatives still from Shadow Esports. So Jaxi and Setsuna's up there with Jaxi 30. Trick in between the 2 of them with 28 and Setsuna with 27. While the average survival time, we have Seymour here with the most, also a small margin as well, versus Unk from Monk. And then we have Empty from Vega as well with 24 minutes, 13 seconds, a small margin between all of them. And interesting enough, I guess one of the reasons why Seymour is up there is because of their 2 chicken dinner wins today.
So we go to the overall PMS points leaderboard now with 2 weeks concluded. We are officially through the halfway mark. The good news is everyone's got some points, which is really, really nice. It just means that there's at least between the first 2 weeks, no one that's been stuck on zeros. So clearly for Zen and ATO struggling a little bit with just the 10 points, Team Newbies on the 20. But really then from ARMR up, in that 40, 50 point range means at least you had one okay week and then maybe one not so okay week. At the top, it's Shadow Esports on 140, Vega on 130, along with Auglis. Of course, the top 2 from week 1 being Vega and Auglis. But while they had a good, strong week 1, as you can clearly see, their week 2's not so great. And it means for Shadow Esports, they are atop right now. Alter Ego 120. It sets us up though, Circloud. I think we've gone through 2 weeks, and clearly there's not a runaway leader. It's a really close overall PMS leaderboard.
Yeah, and this will make the next week and the following week really, really interesting for us to see. Maybe we might see even like teams from the second half of the leaderboard all of a sudden rise up. I mean, like if a team like Alter Ego or Shadow Esports could do it, then anyone else could as well. And of course, Road to PGC, we're going to review the points as well on the first half, on the second half that is. Teams are still at 0, but it's totally understandable. We'll get to see a better picture on first half. And Shadow Esports, number 1, Oculus, number 2. But again, the points are still very close.
Yeah, you only get, it's a limited amount of PGC points week on week basis. So unless you're finishing in that sort of top 5 or top 4, actually, I'm not too sure which one it is. What's one of those 2? You're not going to get any. So, and it's a pretty small amount as well. So even like Vega's the only team that has actually been able to get PGC points in both of the weeks, and they're actually sitting in 3rd anyway. Whereas obviously you can see with Shadow, Auglis, Alter Ego, and so forth, they didn't pick up any in 1 week and picked up some in the other week. So pretty normal, I guess, with just the 2 weeks played so far. But I'm expecting when it comes to like the PGC points, a lot of that's just going to be distributed mainly from the overall PMS leaderboard later on, as we also go and have a look at some of the prize money. Again, the vast majority of the prize money is won based on the overall PMS leaderboard, but there is a little bit that does get shared out. And no surprise, it's the 2 weekly winners at the top so far, Shadow and August.
Yep, and it goes all the way down to unlucky. Monk kind of came close here today to at least gaining a little bit more. But then again, well, next week is always going to be another week for teams like Monk and the rest of them who have not got part of the weekly prize pool, that is. Well, and there's still more to come for next week. So we'll also be interesting to see like who comes up top here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like we're only halfway through, and again, we don't have a clear-cut runaway. I think there's probably like 2 groups that I'm looking at. You've probably got like a top 4 right now, where I think you're looking at like August, Vega, Shadow, and Alter Ego. That would be like kind of like my top 4 from the first 2 weeks, where my expectation is the teams that make the Esports World Cup, so finish top 2 by the end of it, 2 of those I'm thinking come from those 4 teams. But then you've got probably another 4 teams as well, where, you know, you've got your Monks, you've got your Zanshins, a couple of other teams. If they can go even one step further into week 3 than week 4, they could still potentially get into that top 2 position, but they will have to play obviously really, really good PUBG in week 3 to gain the points that's needed. Again, a reminder, of course, for those that want to watch on in a couple of hours time, whenever 4 o'clock UTC is, I'm not too sure right now, but obviously PUBG Championship Spring will be on soon, so if you want to follow more PUBG action, of course, these are all of the channels that you can follow.
Yes, you can continue on right after this, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, for us, we will continue next week because obviously today is the last day for week number 2. Next week is going to be the same day, starting on Friday, same channel, same time, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, everybody is going to reset back to a 0. So it's everyone's game again to who might be the new champion of the week. Or are we going to see a repeat? Well, we'll need to find out next week.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's going to make it really exciting is that we're halfway through now, so 50% of the tournament's done. But we don't have that clear-cut winner, and next week it all starts again, everyone at Zero Sir Cloud. It's been a pleasure to have you on for tonight as well. What 2 weeks, but still 2 more weeks to go. The PUBG Master Series may be halfway done, but it does feel like it's still just heating up. So much more action to come. We'll see you next week.